Garage door.
Mm-hmm.
Front door.
what they've done. They've destroyed the economy. Well, one of the things I noticed right away there is that the blue line started to flatten and not dip so low down on that last one. You get where people are.
To get where people are in the economy, and that was a really interesting takeaway from your lesson. I didn't expect to see independents tracking so much of Republicans' lesson, and they did. They wanted to hear the meat on the economy. They wanted to hear the plan. And while most of the voters we spoke with agree stylistically with Kamala, she sort of performed better than he did on substance, on the issues on economy, immigration. It really resonated with him, and that was really what we were talking to a lot of the independent voters, and we saw that right there with that line.
So, Alexandria, you were formerly an independent. You're now a Republican. Can you speak to the issue why those two would track in your mind?
Absolutely. So I also just graduated college. I'm looking into the job market. I'm looking into the economy on housing prices, cost of food. And for me, at this point, it's not really about which candidate is the most poised or which candidate I like the most. It's about what the next 4 years will look like. And I do think that the economy for Trump was a lot stronger.
Ruben?
I agree with that, except that I do think that the strong points for the economy, he should have done that and ran with it. He did not run with it. I thought it was more effective to do that. He should have done that. And no issues came up other than what they talked about, which is pretty overwhelmingly override. There was an override on everything. It's not even specific, and I think he should have gotten more specific.
Well, moderators could have gotten more specific.
Absolutely.
They could have done some re-asks.
There was
three
against one.
From a journalism perspective, and having been on a stage recently with him at ABC News, basically running that as well at the Black Journalist Convention, I can tell you that this was not dissimilar to that. And so that follow-up, that need to kind of go deeper and to humanize in those moments was not there last night. But that could just be a flavor thing. Who knows? David, I want to get your take on just where you saw those lines tracking. And I made the comment that when it got deeper into the economy, the Democrats stopped pitching so far low and kind of flattened out a little bit. Kamala Harris, to you, reach people right where they are on that issue?
Well, I think the irony is both candidates were fighting over the mantle of change, particularly over the economy. Kamala was presenting herself as the candidate of change, but of course, she's a reflection of the Biden-Harris administration, which the majority of the country disapproves of how they've handled the economy, and they prefer the Trump economy to this one. So I think it was difficult in that. But with that being said, Trump's strongest answer was the last one, where he said, look, you proposed all these economic plans. Why haven't you done them since you've been in office for the last 3.5 years? You should have hit that harder earlier and relentlessly tied Biden to Harris. They're joined at the hip. She distanced herself at times.
All right. Jane Amanda, I'll come straight to you with this. Vice President Harris is facing a lot of criticism over not answering for changing many of her far-left policies. 40 minutes into the debate, the moderators finally asked her about that, and it's been headlines for weeks.
So my values have not changed, and I'm going to discuss every one of at least every point that you've made. But in particular, let's talk about fracking because we're here in Pennsylvania. I made that very clear in 2020. I will not ban fracking. I have not banned fracking as Vice President of the United States. And in fact, I was the tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, which opened new leases for fracking. My position is that we have got to invest in diverse sources of energy so we reduce our reliance on foreign oil.
Defund the police. She's been against that forever. She gave all that stuff up very wrongly, very horribly, and everybody's laughing at it, okay? They're all laughing at it. She gave up at least 12 and probably 14 or 15 different policies. Like, she was big on defund the police. In Minnesota, she went out, wait a minute, I'm talking now, if you don't mind, please. Does that sound familiar? She went out. Wants to confiscate your guns, and she will never elect in Pennsylvania. If she won the election, fracking in Pennsylvania will end on day one.
So saw something similar there where Republicans and independents are tracking together, and obviously that is per party, but independents supposedly don't have one that they designated
Yeah.
yet.
And one of the things that I heard from voters last night, I'd be really curious what you guys think, is that independent voters were looking for two things from Kamala. One, they wanted to hear more in depth on her policies. What was she really going to do for the economy? What was going to be different about the economy under her than it would have been under Biden? And number two, they wanted her to explain why she's had so many changes. Not, she couldn't stick, they wouldn't let her get away with it.
For us parents, unexpected kind of comes with the territory.
That's why there's Fabric Vector for Life. We make it easy for parents to get life insurance because you never know what life will throw at you. Get a free quote at fabric.com/TV.
When you use Angie for your home projects, you know all your jobs will be done well. Roof repair? Done well. Kitchen sink install? Done well. Deck upgrades? Done well. Angie's been connecting homeowners with skilled pros for nearly 30 years, so we know the difference between done and done well. So the next time you have a project, join the millions of homeowners who use Angie to care for their homes. Hire high-quality certified pros at Angie.com.
Remember, Dad, you've got Greenlight Infinity. You can see my location in real time, so you know I'm safe.
When I was your age, it wasn't that easy. Does anyone have a quarter so I can tell my mom I'm safe? Anyone?
Bring your family into the financial future.
And you were looking live at Leeville, Louisiana, which is not far away from the central Gulf Coast state, Gulf of Mexico and central Louisiana. Now, Louisiana bracing for Hurricane Francine that appears to be getting better organized and strengthening as we speak. Thanks for joining us here during this special edition of AccuWeather Early. I'm Bernie Rayno.
And I'm Ariella Scalise, and a little bit different than some of the other hurricanes we've been tracking this season. This landfall a little bit later here, so we've been certainly watching those impacts as they continue to spread north.
Yeah. And you know what? Homegrown development. Usually this time of the year, we're tracking these hurricanes from the Atlantic all the way in toward the United States. This one forming just a couple of days ago. Landfall, though, again in St. Mary Parish, southern St. Mary Parish, southwest of Morgan City. As a Category 2 hurricane, that's at least maximum sustained winds of 96 miles per hour. We think that landfall will be around 5 o'clock.
A state of emergency has been declared in Louisiana ahead of Hurricane Francine's arrival. Francine is expected to bring a significant risk to lives and property from flooding and high winds to several states over the next several days. This morning, we're already seeing the impact Francine had in Texas. Here's a look at flooding on South Padre Island.
Meanwhile, off to the east in Louisiana, we saw folks prepping sandbags, gassing up their vehicles, and even leaving town as Francine approaches. Now we're going to take you to the front lines of this storm with AccuWeather partner CNN News Source correspondent Ivan Rodriguez. And Ivan, things are starting to go downhill pretty quick. It looks very dark. The winds picked up and the rain, I can hear it hitting your poncho.
Bernie, Ariella, conditions are definitely deteriorating. The rain has picked up. Last I checked, the center of Francine is about 150 miles away from where we are here in Morgan City. So we're definitely seeing that rain continuing to get a little heavier. It's going to continue to do so as we go on. Again, the dangerous flooding, storm surge, and also the wind damage is another thing that we're going to continue to track where we are here. In terms of the waves behind me, we haven't really seen too much of a change. Still some of those white caps over my left shoulder here. More water accumulating over where I'm standing here in this park. Flooding is a concern. We know that there was a storm in this area of the Gulf Coast last week, a non-tropical storm. So it's not going to take much for areas to begin to flood with the rainfall that's expected in this area. And that's been a big concern here from officials.
And as officials are trying to keep folks safe, have you seen anybody out and about? I know you're located at a park. I'm not sure how much access you have to see any kind of roads and how life is going on right now in Morgan City.
Well, Ariella, we actually have a marina about a couple thousand feet away from where we're standing. Several boats are there. We have spoken with
people who live there full time, and we have seen cars even within the last hour now go in, inspect it. It looks like people may be taking supplies out still last second here from where they live. We know that there was a voluntary evacuation order that was effective yesterday evening. A lot of people hit the roads, like you were mentioning, filling up their tanks at gas stations, making sure they go north or west, just nowhere near the trajectory that we're expecting here from Francine. But those who did decide to stay are going to have to hunker down, and officials were really clear about that. When we're talking about power outages, they're not going to be able to work on those until the hurricane passes. First responders, well, they're not going to be on the roads once we see that threshold broken of winds at 35 miles per hour. So the city's going to turn very quiet here very soon. Local time, 11 a.m. is a curfew here. So we're really not having any more time for people here to move or evacuate if that's what their plans are. Really, anyone who's left here, they're going to have to hunker down until at least 6 a.m. tomorrow when that curfew expires.
So they're pretty much telling residents, if you stay, you're going to likely be without power, and you really have to fend for yourself until tomorrow morning.
That's exactly right, and they were hoping that people had enough supplies to see them through at least a couple of days. And we've seen images of Bernie from grocery stores, shelves that were empty. So we know people took that advice seriously. We don't know if they took the supplies and left town, or they took the supplies to then hunker down and be prepared for the next couple of days. But power outages is going to be key here in Morgan City. To give you an example, when we were looking into hotels coming in to Morgan City, we were told that none of the hotels in the area have generators. So that's already one sector there of hospitality where you're going to see no power if power goes down. And a lot of people who work at these hotels, for example, are going to be sheltering and riding out their storm within those same hotels that they work at.
Important information that you're providing us. Active partner, CNN News Source correspondent Ivan Rodriguez. We hope that you stay safe here, and I'm hoping that we check in with you, of course, as we continue to see the impacts that Francine does bring. Right outside now into Baton Rouge, where we've seen along the highways.
Yeah, Baton Rouge will be impacted this afternoon and this evening. There's going to be some major power problems, not only in Baton Rouge, but also in New Orleans. Here's the latest of Hurricane Francine. Maximum sustained winds being held at 90 miles per hour. But there are signs right now on the satellite and the water vapor and the radar that Francine is getting better organized. It is located about 150 miles southwest of Morgan City, Louisiana, and the movement is northeast at 13 miles per hour. Just to let you know, we're at 90 miles per hour. We're within 6 miles per hour of this becoming a Category 2 hurricane. That has been the AccuWeather forecast with this storm. We were convinced that there would be strengthening late this morning and into the early afternoon hours. And when you look at the water vapor loop, you can see a hurricane getting better organized. Note the dark green now showing up around the center of circulation. I don't see any dry air. Earlier, a couple of hours ago, I did see dry air, but right now there's sufficient moisture. We know that there's plenty of warm water. The only negative ingredient right now is the wind shear. It is being impacted by wind shear. You can see that dark purple shading. However, it is moving parallel or with the wind shear. So Francine moving to the northeast, the wind shear coming in from the west-southwest. So that is not as detrimental to development. I think it's a wash. I don't think the wind shear will help it strengthen, but it's not going to weaken it either. But there's one last ingredient. We have the warm water, we have the dry air, the wind shear. We're going to talk about that as a wash. But one last ingredient is this upper low. We've been pointing it out for days now, that upper low is going to enhance Francine. And that is why we're looking for Francine to intensify before making landfall. Again, we're talking about 5 o'clock or so in southern St. Mary's Parish. That is south and west of Baton Rouge, southwest of New Orleans there, and we're looking at that landfall between 4 and 6 p.m. Maximum sustained winds 95 to 100 miles per hour. I want to show you the radar. You're starting to see lightning now in the northeast quadrant. We've seen lightning in the southwest quadrant. The eye looks very well maintained. I think Francine is beginning to strengthen. Outside the Baton Rouge, which will have Huge impacts from Francine later today.
We're going to be tracking those big impacts here as we look ahead. I believe we will watch some of those huge impacts here, including into Houma for today. Look at the numbers of the population who is impacted by tropical alerts, over 12 million. You can see the hurricane warning at the 2 million and the hurricane watch. Of course, that includes the city of Louisiana. That's how you see that number so high. Baton Rouge up to Hattiesburg, over to Mobile, Alabama, under a tropical storm warning. Baton Rouge under that hurricane warning, with the impacts really starting to unfold. The tornado risk is especially east of the track and the eye of Francine. Anywhere from there, we'll have to watch for these outer feeder bands to quickly spin up, and that can be a dangerous risk. And that continues through the day on Thursday to Thursday evening, really across the state of Alabama is where we're going to be seeing some of the biggest impacts when it comes to tornadoes. Speaking of impacts here, a scale from some to catastrophic. It shows you the risk to lives and property. A high risk along the Louisiana coastline, even well further inland. And then Jackson up to Memphis under a moderate risk to lives and property. Damaging wind gusts, isolated tornadoes, flash flooding, and those dangerous seas after the local storm, after the real impact scale is a 2 for Francine. The Ecuador real impact scale for hurricanes dives a lot deeper into some of the impacts we get from tropical systems, especially when it comes to the flooding, rain, and storm surge, which is often the most deadly part of the storm. It still, of course, takes into consideration the wind, and wind will be a big problem with Francine, and we add it all up and also look at the economic damage and loss. Looking at the future of Francine as the storm makes landfall around 5 o'clock Central Time in Louisiana and then slowly makes its way further north. We'll be starting to watch the tornado risk unfold later this afternoon into this evening. Several hours of very heavy rain. Look at tomorrow morning across central and northern Mississippi, just absolutely coming down with that heavy rainfall. And we'll keep the heavy rain into Arkansas, into southern Missouri, and across western Tennessee, plus east of the eye and the center of the storm is where we'll be watching for that tornado risk. And I think that continues Thursday night through Friday across parts of central Tennessee. We'll wrap it up here with the amount of rainfall, 8 to 12 inches of rain with an accurate local storm max up to 24 inches. But heavy rain, which is well farther north, as far north as southern parts of Illinois.
I recently helped a couple buy their dream home even before selling their current one. HomeLight's Buy Before You Sell program was a game changer. They were able to buy and sell on their own schedule. It was so easy and they were thrilled.
If anyone's told you that gaining weight, feeling tired, and joint issues is just a part of getting older, they are wrong. My name is Dr. Stephen Gundry, and I found a new way to support my health. It's called BioComplete 3. BioComplete 3 works by restoring your gut health from the inside out. This is working for everybody.
I was 270. I'm now 140. It just feels amazing.
You can try BioComplete 3 risk-free for 90 days. Go to guthealthsecret.com.
Is the glass half full? Half empty? With Aquasana, the contaminants you worry about most are removed. The water's healthier, it's cleaner.
It's gone.
Now up to 50% off at aquasana.com.
Here we go. Consumer Cellular uses the same powers as Big Wireless, but then passes the savings on to you, saving money for something else. Speaking of, I ordered us some Thai food for unlimited talk and text with reliable coverage starting at just $20. Call Consumer Cellular.
There's an easier way to bank and get up to $500 in 5 minutes or less when you download Dave.
Hi, I'm Kate Courtley, and welcome to the Ford Patriots Buy One, Get One Solar Generator event. Claim the Patriot Power Generator 2000X, and you'll get a free Patriot Power Sidekick with 2 free solar panels. These are 2 of Ford Patriot's newest silent, fume-free solar generators that can power your fridge, TV, and critical devices without ever needing gas. Every American should have the peace of mind that comes from having backup power. Visit FordPatriots.com to secure your free generator and solar panels now.
Now, the forecast from around the country.
position did you play?
First base. That's what my grandpa used to play. When our hearing wouldn't allow us to use a regular phone, it made us feel isolated.
It became difficult to
.com.
and get your first year for free.
Achy joints, reach for the spray. Muscle soreness, reach for...
Acquired. Clear caption service is provided at no cost to you through a federally funded program. We deliver, install, and train you on how to use your phone, all at no cost to you.
Give your loved ones the independence and connection they deserve.
Call now to see if you qualify to get a Clear Captions phone at to you. Call 1-800-451-2912. That's 1-800-451-2912.
And thanks for joining us during this special edition of AccuWeather Early. I'm Bernie Rayno.
And I'm Mariella Scalise. Heavy rain from Francine's across flooding. You can see many of the parishes and counties across the Gulf Coast under flood watches and warnings, all because of Francine's approach to the coastline this afternoon.
The northeast movement right now 13 miles per hour. That will continue. We're looking for landfall in southern St. Mary Parish, southwest of Morgan City at around 5 o'clock local time this afternoon.
Here's a video from storm chaser Brandon Clement as New Orleans started to get rain from Francine on Tuesday. This morning, we're hearing from Louisiana residents bracing for dangerous impacts from the storm.
I'm literally, my house sits up and the lake is way down off of Blue Bonnet. So I'm not as concerned with the flooding. I know they impact the area itself, but not my personal area. I do have a canoe on my lake, but I do not plan on venturing out if we're flooded. So we went and stocked up on dry food. You know, I have some noodles and bought some charcoal, bought some water. I have hot plates, have a generator, so we'll be able to survive for as long as we need to on those things, sandwiches and cereal and that type of stuff.
And hurricane warnings remain in effect ahead of Francine's expected landfall later today.
All right, I want to give you the latest on Hurricane Francine, 150 miles southwest of Morgan City. The movement northeast at 13 miles per hour, maximum sustained winds at 90 miles per hour. Joining me right now is AccuWeather Chief Meteorologist Bernie Rayno, myself, you, John, and Alex Da Silva just had a conversation off air, and when we look at not only the infrared satellite presentation, but let's get to the water vapor. There is every sign or every indication now that Francine is strengthening.
That's correct. We're seeing lots of lightning developing on the southwest eye wall of the storm, and the circulation tightening up here as well. So those are all signs that, as we've been talking about here, the storm is going to at least hold steady and perhaps even intensify as it nears the Louisiana coast this afternoon. And that means that we're going to continue to deal with a wide variety of dangerous impacts.
Let's take a look, and you can really see the eye of Hurricane Francine. This is from the perspective of Lake Charles. You're talking about that lightning, John. Here it is in the southwestern flank. Some lightning also showing up now in the northeastern quadrant.
Right, those are all signs that our team of over 100 expert meteorologists and our hurricane experts are monitoring minute by minute, and that gives us a sense that the storm is continuing to intensify.
You know, it's interesting. We have so many oil platforms that are in the Gulf of Mexico, John. I want to show you some of the peak wind gusts that we've seen here in the last couple of hours.
That's right. We've been watching these very closely. You can see some of these oil rigs. We've had a gust of 105 at the East Cameron rig, 96 miles per hour at the Magnolia oil platform. Now, these are elevated wind sensors, anemometers that measure the wind speed. They're typically a couple hundred feet up in the air on top of these rigs. So they're not necessarily represented, of course, over the ocean where there's no friction to slow down the winds. So those are not the type of winds that you get at that full effect on land, but it gives you a sense of what type of wind the storm is producing. These are some impressive numbers.
Yeah, now wind shear, we've been talking about that. It is undergoing wind shear, but I think the wind shear right now is kind of a wash. It's not helping, but not hurting, John. Explain.
That's right, because the wind shear is along the path of the storm, so that reduces the impact of the storm. As it nears the coast, though, that wind shear is going to become more near Dallas. Sure is. This is what's also enhancing, this storm back across Texas is enhancing the lift in the atmosphere. And that's also helping to lower the pressures. And that's why AccuWeather experts continue to believe this storm can become a Category 2 hurricane. It's only about 6 miles away, 6 miles per hour away from doing that at this time.
There's our landfall, John, southern St. Mary County.
And that's going to spread those dangerous impacts of increasing rain and wind through all of the southern parishes in Louisiana here as we head through the afternoon hours. And then that core of the storm can move right toward the New Orleans metro here with significant wind concerns and power outage risks for several hour period here later this afternoon and this evening.
AccuWeather Chief Meteorologist John Porter. John, thanks for joining us.
Good to be with you.
All right, outside right now, we go to Jackson, Mississippi. Some impacts here tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll be watching those unfold here as folks on the roads now ahead of the worst of the conditions overnight through the day on Thursday. And Jackson, Mississippi, currently under a flood watch. You can see the different counties throughout Mississippi and the parishes throughout Louisiana under flood warnings and flood watches, even throughout the panhandle of Florida. Ongoing flood watches even as far north as Starkville, Mississippi. So heavy rain will be one of the many impacts from Hurricane Francine. In Jackson, particularly, it's going to be the 4 to 8 inches of rainfall. The wind could be as strong as 60 to 80 miles per hour. The worst of the conditions starting late tonight and continuing throughout the first half of the day on Thursday. I wanted to give you a perspective of how much 4 to 8 inches of rain is for a spot like Jackson, Mississippi, that averages 3.5 inches of rain for the entire month of September. So 4 to 8 inches of rain, a month's worth to even 2 months worth in just a 12-hour time period. So flash flooding is a concern. We start to dry out later in the day on Thursday, and then we're cloudy but dry as we head into the day on Friday. A closer look here at future rainfall from Francine, where the heaviest rain across Louisiana into southwestern Mississippi. But another pocket of really heavy rain will start to spread farther north here across parts of Tennessee, western Tennessee, with some significant flooding that could lead to road closures for several days, could cause extensive structural damage, and even lead to the river flooding well into the weekend. We'll watch those strongest winds as the storm makes landfall tonight, but strong winds will go as far north here as Memphis, Tennessee, where they could be gusting upwards of 40 to 60 miles per hour. And we'll leave you with a look here at the storm surge from Francine. Highest storm surge 10 to 15 feet near and just east of where the storm will be making landfall. But in and out around New Orleans, storm surge could be as high as 3 to 6 feet. Stay safe. We'll be right back.
Before I would ever give a product to a patient, I tried it on myself. So I started taking Super Beats and I said, wow, Super Beats is a game changer.
It's given me the energy that I want, the blood pressure support that I need.
Circulation, heart health, and you feel like you can get things done.
I really am feeling the difference.
I just love it.
Over 1 million people have put Super Beats blood pressure support supplements to the test. And today, we have over 80,000 5-star ratings and reviews. We're trusted by over 120 pro and college sports teams. Super Beats is the #1 selling beet brand, the only #1 doctor, pharmacist, and cardiologist recommended beet brand for heart health support.
I love that I'm taking something that's healthy for me and it's maintaining my blood pressure.
Now you can put Super Beats to the test and get started with a free month supply on all bundles, exclusively when you call or visit superbeatsdeal.com. That's a free 30 days of Super Beats crystals, or a free 30 days of heart chews with clinically studied grapeseed extract to help promote normal blood pressure nearly 2 times more effectively than diet and exercise alone.
Super Beats is doing a whole bunch of things at once. It helps dilate blood vessels. It helps increase my circulation. It's having a beneficial effect on my heart and my energy. It makes me healthier.
So call or go to superbeatsdeal.com right now to take advantage of this special TV offer and do more to support your healthy blood pressure with Super Beats by Human.
This is one of the best things I've ever done, just for me.
My grandkids say, Grandma, I can't keep up with you. Where do you get your energy from? And I said, Super Beats.
Call now, and for a limited time, you'll also receive a free travel pack of our memory and focus chews for brain health support. Shipping is free, and it's all backed by a 90-day money-back guarantee. Love your results or your money back. This offer is not in stores, so act now.
Visit superbeatsdeal.com for this exclusive offer or call 1-800-375-0433. That's 1-800-375-0433.
And welcome back, everyone, to AccuWeather Early and Mariela Scalise. We're talking about the history with hurricane names because it was since 1953 that Atlantic tropical storms have been named from a list originated by the National Hurricane Center, but they're now maintained and updated through a very strict procedure by the International Committee of the World Meteorological Organization. The use of easily remembered names greatly reduces any kind of confusion when there's two or even more tropical storms or hurricanes happening at the same time. 6 lists are used in rotation and recycled every 6 years. And the only time that there is a change in the list if the storm is so deadly or so costly that the future use of its name would be very difficult for folks. So for that reason, you'll sometimes see switches in the list here, and that happened this year. So the first time that we are using Francine. 2024, they seeing a list from 2018. So you'll notice the first 5 storms are all the same, but Francine is now replacing Florence, a storm that was retired. There was also another retired storm from the year of 2018, and that would be Hurricane Michael as it made landfall in Florida and continued to bring huge impacts into Georgia and through the Carolinas. So when you look at this year's list of names, you won't see a Michael on that list. The M named storm is now Milton. So shows you just the changes here that can go every 6 years in those storms that do get retired. Other retired F named storms, you may remember Fiona back in 2022. I mentioned Florence, and I know storms that have a lot of history, Hurricane Floyd and Hurricane Fran. I'll be right back after the break.
Having a set of custom wheels gives kids like me
and me the ability to do things I could only dream of before. Through your support of Wheels for Love, Shrine Children is supplying custom gifts, adaptive bikes, and wheelchairs for kids who dream of their first set of wheels.
For us, the bike is one of the most incredible experiences. The very first moment she had success.
You're doing a great job. Jaden received his bike from Shriners. I almost started crying because I never thought my son would be able to ride a bike at all.
When you go online to loveshriners.org or call this special number with your monthly gift, you'll make a difference too. And help kids like us do things we never thought we could do.
When you say yes to giving just $19 a month or 63 cents a day, we'll send you this adorable Lunch to Rescue blanket as a reminder of all the kids you're helping every day. Call or go online right now to give. You'll be making sure our amazing doctors and nurses can keep helping kids who need them now and in the days to come. Because of you, I get the most amazing chair anywhere. I can play basketball.
I can play soccer because of your support.
Thank you. Your support stays with our lives. Show monthly gift right now at loveshriners.org. Makes moments like this possible for kids like you.
And me.
Thank you for giving.
Help a kid get their first set of wheels.
Let's roll. Join the movement. Please call or go online now. If operators are busy, call again. Or go to loveshriners.org to give right away. Thank you.
Now, the forecast from around the country.
refrigerator coil card.
Is that bad?
Oh, death! Death? Of an AC fan motor.
Oh no.
But your future is bright with an American Home Shield warranty to protect your covered appliances and home systems. Are there bees behind me?
Might be the same.
Bill, we talked about this. American Home Shield. Design it today at ahs.com.
Honey, you were so right. I listed this in less than a minute. I told you listing on Poshmark was quick and easy. Oh, I sold my black tote and my slip dress. Let's go get mini kits. Oh, thanks, Mom. Thanks, Poshmark. Want extra cash? It's easy with the Poshmark app. Download to start selling today. One of the biggest challenges my clients face is buying and selling a home at the same time. That's why who you work with.
Heading to check of the weather here locally.
Yeah, we're starting with team coverage this morning.
So Stephen Moody is on Dauphin Island and Anaya Spragues is checking out the conditions in Gulf Shores.
But first, let's send things over to meteorologist Jennifer Lambert. What's the latest with Francine, Jennifer?
Right now, it's still a Category 1. Okay, so we did just get that next advisory update. So now the National Hurricane Center has switched. Now that it's becoming closer towards the coastal areas, we're now going to be getting these advisories every hour. And so the sustained winds, 90 miles per hour, and Francine still holding on to that Category 1 hurricane strength. So again, this new advisory update coming out from the National Hurricane Center at 11 a.m. No changes in that speed either. So it's still moving northeast at 13 miles per hour. And taking a look at the forecast path. No changes from that 10 a.m. advisory update either. And so in case you missed that advisory update earlier, Francine is no longer expected to become that Category 2 hurricane before making that landfall approach. A few factors in play here. Francine is having to battle just a little bit of shear out there. Plus, also, if you were watching Fox 10 News yesterday, Chief Meteorologist Jason Smith was talking about this scenario, that Francine was going to be encountering some of that dry air as it approached closer towards that landfall, heading further on into tonight, closer towards the Louisiana coast. And so that's all. Some of that strengthening from happening. So there's a lot of factors at play with Francine. Again, expected to make that landfall closer towards the Louisiana coastline later on this evening. However, for us, our impacts are still the same. We're still going to be seeing those outer rain bands from Francine, looking at that tornado threat heading into tonight, more of that heavy rain, that storm surge, and some tropical storm force winds on the way for us later on tonight. Here's a look at satellite and radar, already beginning to notice some of those rain bands and closer towards southeastern Louisiana. And if you look really on the west side of the system, that's where we're going to talk about some of those differences. The east side is going to always be seeing more of those impacts. The west side, however, it's mostly gone quiet, closer towards that Texas coastline. Just starting to see some of those outer rain bands and also some of that cloud cover. Our conditions will start to deteriorate later on for this evening. So in case you have anything that needs to be done outdoors, go ahead and get it done. Especially now that we're already tracking some of those light isolated showers closer towards southern Mobile, Baldwin counties, and even a next rain band coming in just offshore. So it is on the way. This is something we were tracking earlier this morning. Meteorologist Matt Barenheim was mentioning there's going to be closer towards lunchtime once we started to see more of that rain coverage beginning to push in. Some of that light isolated rain currently is moving into Grand Bay, Bayou La Batre, Dauphin Island, Fort Morgan, Gulf Shores, Perdido Key, Wolf Bay, and Bon Secour. So really the coastal spots seeing it right now, but we'll see more of these showers begin to push further north later on for this morning and heading into the early afternoon. The tropical alerts that we have in place at this time, hurricane warnings closer towards coastal Louisiana here locally, dealing with those tropical storm warnings in Mobile and Baldwin counties, Mobile Bay just offshore, and George County, Mississippi. Greene County, Mississippi still included in that tropical storm watch, and we'll see if we get upgraded later on today. The overall impacts, although they are going to be taking place higher as you travel further west, we're still dealing with a lot of that here locally. That tornado risk, best timing for this will be heading into the overnight hours. So just make sure you have a way to wake up, get those alerts. Do so is by downloading the Fox 10 weather app. We will alert you based on your location if you are in that tornado warning.
And that way you can even see where that warning is and stream along with us using that app. We're also dealing with that wind risk heading into tonight. Tropical storm force winds possibly getting over 40, 50 miles per hour with some of those wind gusts. The big takeaway from that, anything that's outdoors that can easily be blown away, go ahead, bring it inside, think of your patio furniture, any of those decorations you have outside, and also the trash can. My trash day tomorrow, I'm not putting that tonight, gonna go ahead and do that tomorrow. You don't want to be waking up tomorrow, and you're going to find that this is more of those winds that are taking place overnight. And also, just make sure you're charging your devices. With any storms that we deal with here on the Gulf Coast, more of those power outages are possible. It really doesn't take much just to break one of those tree limbs and fall on a power line. So just make sure you have those devices charged, and also that surge risk. Although that surge risk is the Mississippi coastline, we're still looking at that 2 to 4 foot possibility, especially closer towards Mobile Bay. And we will likely see more of those delayed closures on our roadways heading into your Thursday morning. So just make sure that you're being cautious out there, be careful. We will continue to monitor the forecast and keep you updated right here on Fox 10 with more of our team coverage. But I'll have additional updates coming up on Fox 10 midday. All right, Jen, thank you. And as Matt said earlier, Dolphin Island is already experiencing some flooding this morning. We do want to check in now with Fox 10 Stephen Moody. Stephen, what are you guys saying?
Yeah, hey guys, we are here back on the east end of Dolphin Island. And on both the east and west end today, and you can see that this rain is starting to fall, and it's all about the wind. That has been the main concern for us here this morning. We were on the beach on the east end today. We saw the waves crashing into the shoreline, and then we were on the west end of the island where we saw inland flooding and water in the roadways. So that's what people here are worried about. I'm actually going to step out of the way and show you the conditions here. We're here near the dock, and you can see these waves are just going here right now. This is what we've been looking at all day. From 6 o'clock this morning when we got here to now. Now, the good news for us is the rain has actually held up until now. And we have some video from earlier today just showing the conditions from when we first arrived here. You can see there just on the east end, on the beach, the waves crashing, like I mentioned before. That's one of the concerns. Another one of the concerns is the beach conditions itself. Now, one of the biggest pieces of advice that I can give at this point is to stay out of the water. You may think the conditions are fine, but please stay out of the water. We saw red flags flying yesterday. I believe yellow reds are flying today. Pay attention to that. And if you live on the west end, the city is already giving you a warning to move your vehicles to a higher ground. We spoke to a man earlier today who said that he had just did just that.
We had some visitors across the street from Indiana, Illinois, somewhere up in there, and they'd never been through one and wondering what to do. And I advised them to go ahead and leave the island because, you know, once that causeway goes underwater, you're not getting on or off the island. So I told them, you know, if there's a medical emergency, we can't, you know, they can't. Yeah, so they decided to go ahead and I think they went up into Tillman's Corner.
And that's good advice as well. And just talking about the conditions here, it's good to have a plan. We spoke to a woman earlier today, and her and her husband actually live in one of the campgrounds on the east end. She said that she has a plan that if it gets really bad, that she will go to a friend's house, which is also on the island. You can stay weather aware by, of course, downloading that free Fox 10 weather app. It's free on Apple and Android, and it has a live up-to-date radar and live video as well, so you can keep up with everything that has to do. Reporting live this morning here on Dolphin Island. Fox 10.
All right, Stephen, thank you for that report. We're taking a look now at some of the area schools. Baldwin County Public Schools is operating on a normal schedule today. All extracurricular activities, though, will be canceled. That includes after-school care. Also, just before I'm reading this on the air, an email was sent out from Baldwin County School Superintendent Eddie Tyler, that says they will proceed with schools tomorrow as planned. So if you the Baldwin County Public School System, school is planned for tomorrow. He does write, quote, If further updates are needed, you will hear directly from me. We look forward to seeing everyone tomorrow, so keep that in mind. Mobile County Public Schools are also operating normally today. All after-school activities are canceled as well. Spring Hill College campus will close at 3 p.m. Lunch will be served for students until 2. Between the hours of 2 and 3, students can pick up a boxed lunch to take back to their dorm. You can find a list of school and business closures on our website, fox10tv.com. There's a banner at the top of the website. Click it and the list will appear. So that's on our website. We also want to talk to you about our Fox 10 weather. Chelsea.
Yeah, Joe, besides watching our meteorologist here live, this is the best way to get your updates that are specifically for you. So we're showing you now the Fox 10 weather app. If you haven't used it before, but it's super easy. What's really great about it, up here we've got up-to-date warnings for your specific area. If you see right here, where the blue is, wherever you're checking in from, that will be your space as well. At 9 o'clock. I checked in on the app and I saw a little bit of rain down here on the radar, but as we are creeping into the afternoon hours, there you see lighter rain, as Ben was just saying. The coast areas are seeing it, and now the city of Mobile should experience that pretty soon. We just see a quick of Jen's weather from 10 a.m., so really up-to-date weather forecast and everything you need to know. If you want to know it hour by hour as we get past and through this storm, especially into Friday, I think we're expecting lots of sunshine. We'll check in with Jen. You can check out the temps and all the good stuff. Yeah, there's that sunshine. Now is the time to download the app. It's super easy. All you have to do is go to your app store, whether you have an Android, iPhone, whatever smartphone you have. We've got it there. It's called the Fox 10 Weather app. Download it, and you can get this in the palm of your hands. Joe?
As Hurricane Francine heads toward Louisiana, residents are battening down the hatches, preparing for the storm's arrival. Fox News correspondent Caroline Shively has more from Baton Rouge.
Francine strengthened into a hurricane overnight as residents here made their final preparations. Now it is set to slam into the coast of Louisiana as a powerful, life-threatening storm.
Hurricane Francine is on a collision course with Louisiana. As officials warn residents, you should have your final preps finished and be hunkered down along the Gulf Coast.
Oh yeah, I'm about to stock up on everything, like cereal, snacks, food, meat, everything, bro.
And he's not alone. We're seeing empty store shelves as folks grab food, water, and other necessities ahead of an expected landfall Wednesday afternoon. Heavy rain and some minor flooding is already underway in parts of Texas and Louisiana, with officials folks to get away from the coast if they can.
It is not mandatory, but please consider your family's needs, and if you can evacuate, I would recommend you do evacuate.
Also, plenty of resources being deployed to help people protect their homes. Volunteers say it's all about community.
Everybody here saying so nice, so grateful, and this is why I love you.
Officials warn of widespread power outages, flooding, and possibly life-threatening storm surge when Francine makes landfall. But in an area, some folks are taking a wait-and-see approach to the storm.
I'm not because I don't think it's gonna be hunker down.
After Francine moves through Louisiana, it's going to head north, possibly hitting the Memphis area by the weekend. In Baton Rouge, Louisiana, I'm Caroline Shively, Fox News.
We continue to follow the track of Hurricane Francine. We're taking a live look now at Gulf Shore. So we are following the conditions here in our area. Fox 10's Anaya Sprays is going to have a live for us from southern Baldwin County. That's next. Jen?
And also, we're already noticing some of those impacts to our local beaches, some rough surf out there and some closed Gulf waters. But what about those winds? Well, those are mainly going to be picking up later on this afternoon and this evening. That's going to be the case with the majority of our impacts here on the Gulf Coast. But I'll be talking more about that and Hurricane Francine coming up when we come back.
First responder dead zones and the tech that can save lives. Possible solution for cell phone distractions in the classroom.
Looking at all sides of the store.
On the next, Investigate TV Plus.
Today at 3
Francine's peak impact hits this afternoon and evening. Turn to Chief Meteorologist Jason Smith and Manish Lagan, backed by the most experienced hurricane and breaking news team along the Gulf Coast. Fox 10.
I was in stop-and-go traffic, and out of nowhere, I was hit by an 18-wheeler. I know what to do. I called Lawrence Bart, and he got $150,000.
Over 40 years of winning, over $1 million won. You know what to do. I'm John Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Morgan & Morgan, for the This is polishing, and this is Master Ken. Both these guys are tough, but only one of them can withstand hail the size of golf balls. Huh? They can also withstand wind blowing up to 100 per hour. And it's got a Class A fire rating. What is it? It's polishing, available at Roofing World. It's high-tech but low cost. It comes with a lifetime warranty on both materials and labor. Go with the professionals at Roofing World. Call 1-800-ROOF-PRO today.
Why didn't we do this last year?
Before you were preventing migraine, what you looked at? Remember the pain? Cancel plans, the word?
That was then. And look at me now. You'll never truly forget migraine, but Qulipta reduces attacks, making 0 migraine days possible. It's the only pill of its kind that blocks CGRP. Proved to prevent migraine of any frequency. To help give you that forget you get migraine feeling. Don't take it allergic to Qulipta. Most common side effects are nausea, constipation, and sleepiness. Learn how AbbVie can help you save Qulipta, the forget you get migraine medicine.
Firehouse soap, superlidogen, take one.
Looking at it, and it's hot, it just...
That's you're almost out of time. Faster.
The sandwich is too big for the small. It's too big. Losing your ability to work can turn your life's plan upside down. Social Security disability can provide it for benefits. For something that important, experienced legal representation may make a difference. Call Byron Lassner and Associates today.
Finding the right insurance shouldn't be difficult. Whatever you need, big or small, we will get you covered. At EZ, we shop multiple companies to find the best value for you and your budget. Life is hard, but we make it easy. Easy Insurance, your local insurance partner.
I was in stop-and-go traffic, and out of nowhere, I was hit by an 18-wheeler. I know what to do. I called Lawrence Bart, and he got me $150,000.
Over 40 years of winning, over $1 billion.
It's 11:16 on our Wednesday. As we continue to monitor Hurricane Francine, we're also monitoring its impact in our area.
That's right, Fox 10's Anaya Sprague joins us now live from Gulf Shores. Anaya, how's it looking out there?
Good morning, guys. Well, I have my umbrella right now. As you all see, the rain and the wind is picking up right now. And despite the weather, it's still not stopping anybody from coming out to the beaches this morning. Hurricane is already making an impact along Alabama's shoreline as waves consistently rolled in throughout the morning. Despite the nice stretch of cool weather, rain began to fall around 10 a.m. But it didn't stop anyone from enjoying their time in the sand before conditions worsened.
My brother and his family moved down here about 7 years ago, so I come visit every year.
For some visitors, like Tracy Sims from Kentucky, the hurricane was an unexpected twist in their vacation plans.
Luckily, we're up on the highest floor of the condos where we're staying, so we have that working for us. We're observing from the deck, keeping on the weather with whatever's updated on our phones and the local TV stations. Crazy enough, living in Louisville, Kentucky is probably better part of 14 to 16 years ago, the remnants of a very large hurricane made its way to Louisville, Kentucky, and in my particular neighborhood, it knocked our power out for about 9 days.
Double red flags and purple flags are flying, signaling that the water is closed due to high surf and the presence of jellyfish. Beachgoers were seen fishing off the pier, relaxing in lawn chairs, snapping photos of the waves, and strolling along the shore, seemingly fazed by the storm. However, city officials are taking no chances.
Yesterday and today, we've just been making sure that we've got everything secure and like everything on the beach from pulling back. Crews this morning, they're taking all the lifeguard stands, expecting for the
any kind of soil turds that we may get, to make sure we protect everything. Our crew's been going around checking all the drainage ditches.
In Gulf Shores, crews arrived with a forklift to remove lifeguard stands from the beach to prevent them from being blown away. Brandon Franklin, chief building official and emergency management coordinator for the city, reckoned here now before it's too late.
Just making sure that you got everything in your house secured. You know, if we do get some tropical storm force winds, at least you got your property secured and you making sure it's not going to fly debris into other people's houses.
And Franklin also recommends going to go fill up your car with gas right now, charging all your electronics, and purchasing a weather radio in case you lose power at any point. It's a great way to stay updated with weather updates in that case. For now, reporting live in Gulf Shores, and I'm Greg, Fox 10 News.
All right, Anaya. Now 11:18, and as Gulf Coast residents prepare for impacts from Hurricane Francine, one business is making it easy for folks to protect their property. Warner Turf and Landscape Supply on Cottage Hill Road in Mobile is providing free sandbags for anyone who needs them. They will be open until 1 p.m. today, so if you need sandbags, they say the best thing to do is give them a call. They will fill them up and have them ready for you when you get there. We've got their contact information and address in this story on our website, fox10tv.com. Taking another look at your forecast, and here is going to be that live view right now in coastal Louisiana near Grand Isle, and so we're starting to see a much different picture than what we saw yesterday. You can't quite see much past those waves breaking on the shoreline, and noticing some rough surf out there so far to begin for this morning. And I'm curious to see the look of that coastline heading later on into this evening if that camera does continue to stay up. Now here's a look. Satellite showing Hurricane Francine just turning in the Gulf waters, making that northeasterly approach closer towards the coastline of Louisiana. Again, in case you missed it earlier, Francine not expected to strengthen into that Category 2 hurricane anymore because of some of the harsh conditions it's having to deal with. It's battling some of that shear, and as Chief Meteorologist Jason Smith was talking about yesterday, as Francine is getting closer towards that coastline, it's also going to be battling. So leading to those conditions, keeping it at that Category range. Now here is some of those wind gusts, or winds, sustained winds right now, just picking up from some of those offshore buoys. Now Garden Banks is showing those sustained winds around 62 miles per hour, but the center of Francine is beginning to move away. Just about 5 minutes ago, it was higher, just showing more of those eyewall winds, but now around 50 to 60 miles per hour for some of those buoys, with those wind gusts getting even higher, showing some of those from the same buoy there, 92 mile per hour wind gusts picking up at Garden Banks, and again, that's going to be away from that eyewall, so still crazy just out offshore there of Louisiana as Francine will continue to track further towards the northeast. And for some of our buoys here locally, seeing some of those picking up over 20 miles per hour. Now we will start to experience more of that wind later on this afternoon and this evening. It's calm out there right now, just a little gray and gloomy, but more of those wind gusts really beginning to pick up later on tonight. As we get closer towards 11 p.m. Take a look at that, showing 47 mile per hour wind gusts closer towards our coastline there. That's more of those tropical storm speed. High closer towards the coast by this evening, and only ramping up heading into the overnight hours. We start off early tomorrow, Thursday, so experiencing more of those winds. And Grove Hill Center is briefly popping up for some of those 50 mile per hour wind gusts. It's going to be breezy overnight. Take those precautions now. Bring anything inside that could easily be blown away. Now here's a look at our future cast, just showing Francine continuing to make that landfall approach later on for this evening, closer towards that 7 p.m. hour. But then our rain will really ramp up later on. The biggest impact is going to be past 7 p.m. for us here locally. That's when our winds will start to pick up. That's when our tornado threat picks up. And also that's when our rain cover will really begin to ramp up as well. Also, if you just take a look off to the side there, you can see some of our live cameras from Gulf Shore, Dauphin Island, and Orange Beach. Continuing to stay soggy heading into tomorrow, but I will say futurecast models a bit of a disagreement heading into tomorrow morning. As mentioned, not expecting Francine to strengthen into that category 2. The reason for that shear plus also that dry air, some of that possibly even moving into our area to start off for tomorrow morning, limiting those rain chances. Now take a look at the rainfall forecast, still possibly looking at a potential for more of those 3 to 5 inches possible, highest closer towards the coastline, but if more of that dry air continues to push in heading into tomorrow, we might not reach that, but regardless, we're still going to have southerly flow to start off for tomorrow. So just a heads up, all of you positive commuters, you'll likely run into some of those issues to start off for your Thursday. Southerly flow mixed with that high tide just a little bit after 6 a.m. I haven't mentioned that tornado risk that we have overnight. Highest chances closer towards the coastline, but regardless of where you are, you're still looking at that potential. So it's best to go ahead and have a way to get those alerts, have a way to wake up, especially overnight. You're going to be sleeping when we're looking at the highest potential to see some of this. And so also taking a look at our tornado index. This is going to be the for some of that to develop. Now, it's not saying this tornado is going to form, it's just saying that the conditions there are going to be favorable for it. We really start to see our conditions looking better later on for this evening, but especially overnight. We're starting to see those colors really beginning to ramp up and become highlighted closer towards central to southern Oklahoma counties in the Florida. Just offshore, some of those water spouts possible heading further on overnight and only continuing heading into tomorrow morning. So that's why it's going to be so important to have a way to wake up, have a way to get those alerts, and also make sure to get live streaming on. Over the next 7 days, that storm tracker and alert for today and tomorrow. Highest rain chances today, but especially by this afternoon and this evening. And as Chelsea was mentioning earlier, Friday looks great. In the wake of all of this, we start to see some of that clearing. Temperatures in the mid to upper 80s heading into the weekend. I'll talk more about Hurricane Francine coming up in just a little bit. But here again is that live view outside right now, Coastal Louisiana, Grand Isle. Just a day resting out there in some of that rough, dark, blue skies. We'll be right back with more thoughts after this.
Southern weather is extreme. Strong winter are critical to your safety and comfort. We install superior windows with our lifetime guarantee. This is real factory direct. No middleman, no surprises. Volume discounts on 4 more windows. Trucks can cause devastating evidence as witnesses.
Get 35% off your first order as a preferred customer. Enjoy a 30-day money-back guarantee. Free shipping. Don't wait any longer. Use discount code FOXNEWS.
At Disney Regions, we are honored to serve our veterans who made sacrifices to keep us safe. Caring for those in need is our calling. So if you love helping others, then veterans need you more than you know. Come join our award-winning team of caregivers and help those in need across America. To learn more, scan the code, visit us online at DisneyAgents.com.
Former First Lady Melania Trump is speaking out on the assassination attempt of her husband, former President Trump, and she is demanding answers on why law enforcement did not stop the threat.
The attempt to end my husband's life was a horrible, distressing experience. Now, the silence around it feels heavy. I can't help but wonder, why didn't law enforcement officials arrest the shooter before the speech? There is definitely more to this story, and we need to uncover the truth.
Well, while she is speaking out, I also want to play this right behind the former First Lady. It's Donald Trump speaking with Mark Levin and recounting how both Melania and his son Barron found out about the attempt to assassinate him.
Well, she was watching it on television, and Barron was outside having a tennis lesson. He's a good tennis player. He's outside playing tennis, and somebody ran up, Barron, your father's been shot. He loves his father. He's a good kid, good student, good athlete, actually. And he ran, Mom, what's going on? What's going on? She couldn't believe it. She was actually watching it live. Can you imagine?
No, actually.
No, I think she's right. I think, she has her own way of communicating, putting it out there, but they have been so tight-lipped by the Secret Service, and they have a culture that has to be in context here. So why was this person allowed to get on the roof? He wasn't stealthy. He didn't do something really creative. And he got up on a roof, a white roof, and then the deception that's been out there from the Secret Service director saying, oh, the pitch was too big. I think she has a lot of questions. I think America has a lot of questions, yes.
Yeah, and Cheadle, who resigned.
Yeah.
Yeah. Emily, when you look at that video, it is really the first time that I can remember, that I know of, that heard directly from the woman.
Which I think conveys just how deeply she cares about this, how serious she is taking this. We know her voice joins millions, and including a unanimous, unified Congress and Senate who are demanding answers from Secret Service leadership as to how this happened and how we can prevent it happening again. And I will say that as the former First Lady, discusses her experience, and as Donald Trump, as the former president, fleshed out, what that was like, there's a cause of action for vicarious trauma, right? It exists when people watch their loved ones, when terrible things happen to them. The whole point is that the law provides and accounts for that horrible trauma that occurs when you witness something terrible happening to a loved one, and the trauma that she suffered is real. I mean, I can't imagine that. So just taking a moment to acknowledge that her pain is so in that, and the fact that her pain is now made worse by a failure to have any answers.
Yeah, I want to come back to you on that one point, Emily. And, some people are saying, well, why did she not speak up more, speak up sooner? Somebody has to process it. Like, I meet people in the grocery store, I meet people across the country who talk about it, who know why it had to happen that way. And they're angry and hurt. That's not the whole country. It doesn't matter politically who that person is, but it hurts us. And he's still in that moment. We've had that happen with him. It breaks us. So give all the time he needs to breathe and to voice that he makes.
Absolutely. It's a cover of weapon. They're going to attack our women. They're attacking against us all. We all suffer. We all feel that pain. We all feel it deeply and out of collective anguish for it. That is why, again, we were so united and Congress is unanimous in demanding answers and ensuring it doesn't happen again. So absolutely, she is safe and supported to speak whatever, however she feels.
Congress doesn't always come out. Yeah. Looking and looking. And I remember to talk about an active investigation, but you can't put that in a different statement because bystanders and witnesses have turned over more video and more information than we've gotten even a confirmation of from the FBI.
Yeah, it's a time questions, and the line comes exactly right to things like Mark and then other people with Trump about the line, and it was so wonderful. That was the first time I heard this detail, and come to line and say, there was a miracle that my health was able to be one more time than Welcome back into Fox and Midget, and this is a live view outside right now in downtown New Orleans. There is a look at the Superdome. The folks see some of that rain just moving across the summer there, and also some gray blue skies. A pretty similar look to us here. Locally and in Louisiana throughout the hour and also throughout the remainder of today and tonight here on Fox Tech. Now, taking this that earlier advisory update, we are getting them hourly now in the National Hurricane Center. So that next one is coming out just in about the next 27 minutes at noon. Now, sustained winds from 90 miles per hour, currently Francine in Category 1 hurricane, crashing northeast at 13 miles per hour. As we're not expecting many changes coming our way in the tail of still having to encounter some of that.
There is a tropical storm today, right?
And then also once you get closer to the landfall, you'll also be battling some of that dry air that's going to get
What?
from developing.
Tropical storm?
Regardless, however, we are still on.
There is a tropical storm today.
Yeah.
What time it will land?
I think about 12 hours from now.
12 hours?
Yeah.
So around midnight?
Yeah, right around midnight.
Come here, Peebles, come here. Peebles. Did you feed Peebles, sir?
No, sir.
Alright. Peebles, come here.
They will be quick forming and short-lived. So the lead time they're a little bit on the short side, so that's why it's going to be so important to stay whether we're heading into this evening, have a way to get those alerts, have a way to wake up. The best timing will be heading into the overnight hours. Also looking at that wind risk for today, tropical storm force winds ramping up heading into the overnight hours. The main takeaway from there, anything that could easily be blown away outdoors, tie it down, bring it inside. And also double check that you're charging your devices. That surge risk higher closer towards the Mississippi coastline.
Where is that? Tornado risk.
Closer towards that 2 to 4 foot range.
Yeah,
Be careful
this is
along our coastline.
Mississippi right there.
This evening, and for any of you causeway commuters heading into tomorrow morning, go ahead and plan on the causeway being closed. Here's a look at radar so far across the Gulf Coast. We're dealing with some of those gray gloomy skies to start off, looking like it could rain at any point, but really we're only tracking some of those light to moderate showers closer towards our coastline. So southern Mobile, Baldwin County is experiencing some of that, but we're noticing more of that beginning to lift towards the north. So more of beginning to see some of that, Foley starting to notice more of those showers, Lillian, also closer towards Beach Bay, Point Clear, about to see more of those showers, but again, but for either key Gulf shores, even Fort Morgan, Dauphin Island, still battling the rain we have been for the past 2 hours. Timing things out on our futurecast here locally. Futurecast a little off. We're not quite seeing all of that rain closer towards Washington, Clark, Monroe, Connecticut County, really our inland spots just yet. We'll see more of that heading into this afternoon. And have some of those rain bands really pushing in later on tonight. So this is what. In case you're picking up your kids from school, you're heading home from work, you'll be okay. It's just the dinner time hour, those late night plans. Just make sure you're staying off the roadways, especially after 7 o'clock. That's when we'll start to notice more of those rain bands beginning to move in. Those tropical storm force winds coming with it. And also some heavy downpours, not the best driving conditions. And only seeing that center of Francine, even just turning closer towards Hattiesburg and Leakesville there. But as mentioned, there's some of that clearing and that dry air that's possibly going to be interacting with the center of Francine. That could also limit the amount of rainfall that we see heading into tomorrow morning. But we'll continue to track all of these conditions here and keep you updated on Fox 10. I'll talk more about our impacts here locally coming up in just a little bit. All right, Jen, thank you. And those without a home are particularly vulnerable when a tropical system threatens the Gulf Coast. That's why some shelters in Mobile are providing resources like food, laundry facilities, and a place to stay for those in need and their pets. Brian's Refuge is a mini shelter that provides housing and other resources for needs. The director tells us that they're doing everything they can to get ready for potential bad weather, saying Ryan's Refuge will be a place for those in need of a shelter to get out of the storm and to stay safe.
They can come take showers and wash and dry their clothes. You're going to so you got lunch, you can drive, hang out for the whole day, pick your feet up, watch TV, play pool, eat a couple meals, and leave here clean and refreshed.
Overstreet says most many will take advantages of those resources. And taking a look at the shelters open in those. Oh, we just talked about Ryan Trucking, just on South Craft Highway, but there's also the Salvation Army on Dawson Street, McKinley Place for Women, and the Waterfront Mission in downtown Mobile.
In Baldwin County, St. Paul's Episcopal Church in Foley is open to those in need of a safe place as Francine comes closer. The church is located on North Pine Street in Foley. Because the church is not a shelter, just a place for people to go, officials with the church say to bring all toiletries, bedding, food, water, and also bring medication with you if you have some.
Well, in Harrison County, Mississippi, shelters are set to open this morning for people who need a safe place to stay. The shelters are at the Iberville High School and the Lee Drury Road Shelter and the County Farm Road Shelter. There's also a pet-friendly shelter at the Lyman Senior Center. Now, your child pets do need being crates, have your leashes, and you must bring your own pet food and supplies. And people in northern Mexico dealing with the effects of Hurricane Francine as the storm barrels towards the Louisiana coast, causing severe flooding in Matamoros. It's a city neighboring Texas. You can see people waiting for the deep waters, and some cars are also stranded in those floodwaters, and schools and businesses in that area will forced to close.
And we'll continue to keep you updated on Hurricane Francine. We're taking a live look now at New Orleans. Of course, there's the recognizable Caesars Superdome. Not seeing much right now in this Dallas gray skies as we watch the incoming storm. Jim Lambert has another look at your forecast next.
Whether it's a disturbance, wave, depression, tropical storm, or hurricane, here's one way to be sure you are alerted first. Live updates, latest conditions, exclusive next weather deep dives, Fox 10 storm tracker weather, available everywhere.
I was riding my bike to work. A car hit me. They said he didn't see it. I hurt my back and fractured my hip. So I called Morris Bart, and he got me $425,000. You know what to do, and you know who to call. One call, that's all. When you call Morgan & Morgan, America's largest your very own army is ready to act immediately. The fight to use the best result as quickly as possible. Injured, there's only one Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Participating in a wreath-laying ceremony for United Airlines. 23 years ago, that plane was hijacked by terrorists and later crashed into the ground with him. Let's watch it. I'm so proud of my colleagues on Fox News Channel. All day long, we've been bringing you these events as we recognize 23 years of heartbreak and healing as much as we can as a nation. What happened on September 11th in 2001. This story is pretty far away, and we're struggling to hear it. And I want to make sure we put it in the right context and we honor it in the right way. And reporting is the way we can. I want to bring in our correspondent, Alexis
moments after Joe Biden was here on the ground in Pennsylvania.
It has definitely got some alcohol in it.
While it's not a cleaner, Clayton finds it does help in that department as well.
It being alcohol, it's definitely taking additional dirt and grime off the window from the water.
The invisible shield is supposed to protect windows from dirt for up to a year. This on the left is what Clayton's window and table look like on day one. And this right here on the right is what we find almost 2 months later.
This window is still pretty clean. Any
The invisible shield works.
Yeah, there's a massive difference. And I mean, I know these have been rained on. I've hit them with the garden hose. I would say it is as average. It works.
So does it work? I'm like your hot card.
I'd like to see this test in the bathtub.
That would be a good test.
Take on some like red baseball or softball dirt.
Sure. But hey, so far so good with that one. A lot of those don't work. They don't. This one, promising.
It works. All right, well, we'd love to be this person too. And tickets sold in Texas matched all the numbers in last night's Mega Millions drawing.
The lucky winner could walk away with a cash option of $404 million.
So this is only the third Mega Millions winner this entire year.
The other jackpot winners were in March when a player from New Jersey won more than $1 billion. And in June when a player in Illinois won $550 million. I feel like I'm talking about an athlete when a player won.
I know. Well,
When a lottery player won.
they played the game and they won.
They won about as big as you can possibly win.
Yeah, congrats to them. That person is in Texas. It's 11:46. Let's go ahead and get a check on the weather again. Joe and I have been asking you in commercial breaks what the speed of this hurricane looks like. Yeah, so the good news is that Francine still has quite a bit of speed to it and still expecting that to continue. Luckily, there's a lot of driving factors. This later is going to get it in and out of here. And so it's still making that northeasterly traffic around 13 miles per hour. But in case you have any questions about the system, Francine, with that traffic, looking like you can always just download the Foxton weather app. This is going to be a great tool to have, especially heading into tonight, and you might need to wake up for any of those alerts, any of those warnings. And so I'm just going to walk through a few different features that we have with this here. And so this is going to be more of that radar option. And so what I have been doing right now is looping on that futurecast. You can start to see where some of that motion is taking place. Down at the bottom there, you'll find that past plus future button, and it'll switch around into either saying that future, where it's only the futurecast, or also you can have it on past, which is going to be more of radar. Now, in case you're heading on over to yours and you don't quite have that cone popping up there, if you press the circle with the 3 dots on the inside, and then you go to the overlays option, and you press tropical tracks, that is going to make it disappear and reappear, even looking in closer to see what that projected speed is once it gets closer towards that landfall approach. All of that wind data right there at the very bottom is showing that that timestamp is going to be 7 p.m. for that location, the max wind 90 miles per hour, and forecasted to have those winds up about 15 miles per hour. And hey, it even shows you the distance from Mobile. The center of that system is expected to be around 217 miles away from us, closer towards 7 p.m. heading into tonight. So again, download the Foxton weather app. That way you're staying updated with the forecast, especially heading into tonight with the potential for some of those tornado warnings. Well, let's go ahead and take a deeper dive, and we can start expecting some of those changes. Now, one of the main things that they're talking about is although we're not going to be seeing the center of the storm approach closer towards us, we're still going to be seeing more of those tropical storm force winds. And so really expecting that to start ramping up closer towards our coastal areas, heading later on into tonight. That's why now is going to be that great time to bring anything inside, or make sure we can blow it away, tie down anything outdoors, look at those trampolines. You don't want to see that circulating on social media that you lost yours and no culprit for that. And then also we'll see more of those wind gusts continue heading into the overnight hours, more of those wind gusts closer towards our inland county by 4 a.m. tomorrow morning. And I'll continue to start off for you Thursday, heading out the door for work. The kids off to school tomorrow, it is going to be breezy out there. Hopefully we'll start to see some breaks in the rain if more of that dry air continues to push into the center of Francine. But here's more on that tornado risk. So the highest chances remain closer towards the coastline, but really central to southern Baldwin County, the Florida Panhandle, looking at the best chances to see some of those spin-up storms just because the environment is going to be so favorable heading into tonight. Just make sure you have a way to get those alerts and get those warnings. Now, we do have that storm tracker alert in place for today and tomorrow. We're dealing with the potential of rain, there's tornadoes that are possible, the rough storm general with the beaches, and more of those tropical storms. Yes, I'll be taking another look at your forecast coming up in just a little bit, but here's going to be a live view outside right now down at Dauphin Island. It is a soggy start to begin the day. We'll be right back with more Fox 10 Midday after this.
I was hurt in a serious motorcycle accident. I wasn't going to take a chance on my future.
You'll need somebody who knows motorcycles.
A lawyer with the power to give you more.
Don't hesitate. Call 265-1000.
It all starts at 7:30 every morning when insurance companies open on the East Coast. That's when I begin negotiating settlements for my clients. Some injury lawyers never go to court. We do, and we win, and insurance companies know that. I meet with my new clients personally. If a lawyer doesn't have time to do that, he might not have time for your case. After my appointments, I dictate letters to the insurance company. Before the workday is done, I prepare for the next. Then I go finally to have dinner with my family. And tomorrow, I do it all over again. I'm Dave McLean, and I will personally return your call.
When your child has moderate to severe eczema, it's okay for them to show off. Show off their clearer skin and noticeably less itch with Dupixent. Because children 6 months and older with eczema have plenty of reasons to show off their skin with Dupixent.
As I said earlier, it is so unsurprising.
Well, here at Nelson Farmhouse Buffet, we pride ourselves. We're giving our customers what they want. And right now, I think that's a lower price. So we're lowering our price by 15 to 20%. Prices are sky high everywhere else, so let us offer you a fresh, home-cooked meal that's available instantly at a price you can afford. Our service is world-class, our ingredients are high quality and fresh. Come see why the Daily Meal named us the best deal in Alabama, and we won the Nappy Award for Best Takeout.
Motorcycle accidents happen fast.
I wasn't going to take a chance on my future.
I wanted all the money I deserve.
You'll need somebody who knows motorcycles. Don't hesitate. Call the
They got me.
Welcome back on your Wednesday. So a stolen supercar leads and evades authorities at high speeds in multiple states, traveling from Rhode Island to Florida.
Yikes, that was before sheriff deputies make the bus at gunpoint. Jeremy Roth has today's Take a Look at This.
A pair of teenagers are in custody after leading authorities on a high-speed stolen Ferrari pursuit that reportedly spanned the East Coast. This Ferrari 488 spotted zipping through Flagler County, Florida, and led sheriff's officials on a high-speed chase running through a school zone. It turns out the Ferrari had been reported stolen during a home invasion in Rhode Island and led high-speed chases there and in New York before eventually showing up in the Sunshine State. Deputies eventually cornered the teen suspect at gunpoint and arrested him, and the other suspect later turned himself in. A low-speed collision caused a major to-do at an Atlanta airport after two Delta passenger planes collided. The toppled tail section. While taxiing for takeoff, the wingtip of one aircraft clipped the tail section of the other, severely damaging it. No one was injured. Passengers did have to be put on other flights. The FAA and NTSB are now looking into the incident. Finally, some happy news from the skies. A North Dakota couple is now engaged after farmer Justin Lehman used a carefully cut soybean field to pop the question. His now fiancee Haley Schmidt says she just thought they were taking a ride.
The people that know me know that I'm pretty gullible, so I was like, yeah, let's just go get some crops and
go on a flight. I don't know. I didn't really think anything of it.
Well, the small plane plot worked, and the couple says they plan on getting married next year in between planting and harvesting. Well, take a look at this. I'm Jeremy Ross.
So cute. So cute. Congrats to them. All right, 11:54. Let's get a check of the weather. Yeah, so taking another look at that 11 a.m. advisory from the National Hurricane Center. Those sustained winds 90 miles per hour. Still holding on to that Category 1 hurricane strength. Tracking east at 13 miles per hour. Soon we're going to get that next updated advisory from the National Hurricane Center. We're expecting it closer towards noon. Looks like they're taking their time so far. Sometimes they put them out a little early. Not quite getting it just yet. But here's a look at that forecast path. Now, Hurricane Francine is still expected to keep that Category 1 hurricane strength as it approaches landfall on the Louisiana coast. Heading later on into this evening, keeping those sustained winds at 90 miles per hour. Few factors in play is dealing with some of that shear, and we are expecting some of that dry air to potentially wrap around the center of that system, which would keep that development from happening. Now, here's a look at our futurecast here locally. This is the HRRR. The firm model is doing a little better with what we're seeing right now, mainly with some light drizzle closer towards our coastal counties. And then as we make our way closer just towards lunchtime, you're maybe picking up your kids around this point, we are going to start to see more of that moderate to heavy rainfall beginning to push in. But really, those rain bands begin to make an appearance highest closer towards the coastline later on for really the 4 o'clock hour. And then later on this evening, that's when it's going to turn more widespread, more of those rain bands, heavy rain to push in. Those tropical storm force winds begin to make an appearance, and it only continues heading into the overnight hours. These little cells right here, that's what we're going to have to watch for any of that rotation embedded within them. So make sure you have a way to wake up after midnight for any of those tornado threats that we're going to be facing. And this futurecast also in agreement for some of that dry air pushing in, leading to really a quiet morning to start off for Thursday, mainly in terms of rain, but it's still going to be breezy out there. Quick look at your full 7-day outlook. Stay updated with us today and tomorrow. Luckily, Friday into the weekend will be a lot better. Been varied. The QR code for the Fox 10 weather app. Now is the time to download it.
All right, thanks a lot. Keep it locked to Fox 10 for all of your updates on our social media, on the app, online, and on the air. We'll see you back here tomorrow. Stay safe, everyone.
Until Daniel, my son, get broken. Special sneak peek premiere September 22nd on CBS.
NCIS returns October 14th, part of CBS Community on CBS. Alexander Shamar is my attorney. He got me $325,000.
I got $500,000 for my car accident. That's why Alexander Sonara is my attorney.
Alexander Shanara is my attorney. He got me $450,000.
Alabama, you know who to call. Call me. It's Lucky for your attorney.
So here's my back to school. Back Patrick Valley, Sticks from News, Substreet by me, and new fast internet from Extreme. Our basic internet was not going to cut it. See you in class.
Go back to school for best in fast internet and Wi-Fi from Extreme. Save on speed from 250 meg up to 1 gig, including whole home Wi-Fi with advanced online security and parental control.
WKRG News 5 to honor a hero of the month from the military community. Watch Serving Those Who Serve, Monday at 6.
Brought to you by your local Honda dealers, proud partners of Serving Those Who Serve.
For the latest on Francine. News 5 First Alert Storm Team.
Now your forecast first on WKRG News 5 at noon.
Rain is falling over Dolphin Island Sea Lab on our central Toyota camp. You can see the waves crashing against the seawall there. The flags blowing in the breeze, of course, at Half Staff Day for the 9/11 Memorial. As far as temperatures go, easy breeze by 3 p.m. Great for telephone clear. The bay is certainly churned up already on our DMC cam. We're also seeing breezy conditions there. And then full of beats on our generator, guys. Again, we've got red flags flying, and we'll hear about the conditions at Pensacola Beach in just a few minutes. 82 degrees by 3 p.m. Of course, we're continuing to track Francine as it's nearing the Louisiana coastline, setting a landfall later on this afternoon and evening, and that's when our impacts will start to pick up as well. We'll talk about each of those coming up. News 5 starts right now. Straight ahead, all eyes on the Gulf as Hurricane Francine gets closer to landfall. We are across the Gulf Coast following the impact we're seeing locally.
Local coverage you can count on. You're watching WKRG News 5 at noon.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for joining us today for WKRG News 5 at noon. I'm Devin Walsh. All eyes are on the Gulf as Hurricane Francine prepares to make landfall along the Louisiana coast. Let's take a live look now at our roadways in New Orleans, courtesy of the state's DOT cameras. You can see that rain coming down. The storm is expected to hit either as a low Category 2 or stronger Category 1. Let's check in with meteorologist Caroline Carruthers, who is following Francine's track and what this means for us locally. So we are not looking at a direct hit from a hurricane, which is good news. However, we're close enough to feel some of those effects here. So we've got winds at 90 miles per hour in Francine right now. It hasn't really changed intensity too much in the past several hours here. Here is the latest track from the National Hurricane Center, expected to make landfall likely sometime late this afternoon into the early evening hours. And as Devin was saying, likely go strong Category 1 or low end Category 2. Impact wise, doesn't really make too much of a difference there. As we move our way through the rest of the week, this will move northward, weakening very quickly, dumping lots of rain across the
They said 7 o'clock this evening. Oh,
run through these,
okay.
and then we'll talk more about impacts later on in News 5 at noon. But we have tropical storm warnings in place for Mississippi counties, Mobile and Baldwin counties as well. This means that tropical storm force wind gusts are possible, expected in those areas. So we are talking about 39 miles per hour or greater, mainly this evening and overnight. We do have some coastal flood alerts as well, a warning for Mobile and Baldwin counties, an advisory for northwest Florida. That just means that some coastal flooding is possible with those onshore winds. We also have a high surf warning in place for 7 to 10 foot breaking waves in the surf zone. So all of these alerts are in place. We also have a flood watch in place as well. So we have a lot of alerts going on, but most of our impacts will be late this afternoon into the evening. But we are starting to see some things turn up, especially the water. And meteorologist Grant Skinner is on the causeway now. Grant, what have you seen there? Are we seeing any sort of waves crashing over just yet?
Yeah, not just yet, Caroline, but as we go throughout the next several hours, I think that will change, especially into early tomorrow morning. That's what's going to be a concern. Once we hit around 1 a.m. and all the way through the middle of the morning, that's going to be a big concern for areas like the causeway and other low-lying areas. So I'll show you outside the weather beast right now. The water is, of course, choppier than normal, but otherwise things are quieter here, just some sprinkles. But do be mindful of this. We have a coastal flood warning from 1 a.m. to 1 p.m., but it's not for at any time today. This is for tomorrow, and that's mainly because as we head closer to high tide, tomorrow morning, it's going to be a big concern for some of these low-lying areas. So by low-lying areas, I'm talking about US 90, US 98 along the causeway and the boat lanes to areas all the way as far as West Battleship Park and all the way along the I-10 interchange area. And as far east as Mayor Park as well. You can see areas like that flooded in some areas. Also, areas like east of Water Street in downtown Mobile, you can see some of those areas flood as well. And also along Dauphin Island Parkway, closer to the areas like Dog River. Also, 3 Mile. All those areas where we typically see coastal flooding, they're going to be concerned, especially as we head into tomorrow. Now, for now, throughout the rest of this evening, we're going to have some stronger wind gusts into around 6, 7 o'clock this evening, and then very strong wind gusts later on tonight into early tomorrow. So if you can avoid traveling, especially on these very busy roadways like the Causeway, Bayway, until, again, get that done earlier in the afternoon today, please do, because later this evening, conditions will deteriorate. Reporting live from the Causeway, I'm meteorologist Grant Skinner, WPRG News 5.
Thank you, Grant. We have crews stationed across the coast as Francine turns closer to our coastline. Our reporters are stationed in Biloxi, Dauphin Island, Gulf Shores, and Escambia County, Florida. WKRT News 5 Chad Petrie continues our team coverage as he keeps an eye on conditions in Biloxi. Chad?
Well, Devin, we have had really a lack of rain for the last couple of hours to now a really consistent amount of rain here along the Mississippi coast. But one other thing I wanted to show you is just how calm still that the Mississippi Sound out there. Really, the surf is good for right now, and really no storm surge to speak of at this moment. This is the time where a lot of people are still getting ready. Let me show you a video from earlier this morning. People were going to about half dozen sites around Biloxi, building their own sandbags. One of the big questions that a lot of homeowners have is under how much flood protection they might need in these situations. They were bringing their own shovels, their own bags, and putting together their own sandbags just to have the preparations ready. Today was the last day that the city was offering this service, mounds of sand at different spots around Biloxi. Now again, this is going to be something where it's a lot of wait and see to see how much impact this is going to have to the area. Another thing we should note, talking about the surf here, one of the bonuses for this part of the coast is that it is protected by a barrier island. But when you're on a barrier island, the situation is a lot different. We want to go now a little bit to Alabama right now, to Dauphin Island, where News 5's Catherine Britt is. Catherine, what are the conditions looking like on Dauphin Island right now?
Yeah, it's pretty similar to what you're experiencing over there, Chad. So it just started to pick up raining around 10:30 a.m. today, and it's just starting to come on down. And the winds have been pretty consistent throughout all the morning. And here on the shoreline, you can see the rocks just hitting against the waves. And now there's the high surf warning from 8 that started at 7 a.m. today until 7 p.m. tomorrow with waves of 7 to 10 feet. So be careful, especially the flood warning out there. We were at the west end of Dauphin Island earlier today where it was a couple inches of water, and that was early in the morning. So you want to make sure you are driving safe and you're driving careful. Right now we're off on the causeway. So the causeway is staying pretty clear. They haven't cleared, there hasn't been any warning here yet. So drivers, just still pay attention. But Debbie Williams is over there right now in the Gulf Shores. But so Debbie, how's it looking like over there?
So we are under double red flags here along the beaches of Alabama. We're going to take a look at a live look at the surf right now, and that's where you can really tell that there has been some kind of tropical something out there in the Gulf. Yesterday we were out here 1 to 2 foot seas. Now they're breaking at 3 to 5 foot. A strong risk of rip currents, and that's because of that double red flag. That's what it's warning everybody of. High tide this morning around 2 o'clock. Low tide will be at 2 o'clock this afternoon or around 2 o'clock. And that's when you're really going to start to see the surf build. Not a lot of people today. We have had a steady rain throughout the day, throughout the morning. We're getting a slight break right now. All of that expected to change. We have a tropical storm warning for Baldwin County beaches. We also have a storm surge warning. Although everything seems to be holding right now pretty well. So some of those low-lying areas that typically flood during these type of events, they're high and dry as of the moment. We'll have to wait and see. what that looks like after Hurricane Francine makes landfall later today. Let's go over to Pensacola, and Alexa Daly is over there on Pensacola Beach. What's looking like over there, Alexa?
Yeah, Debbie, well, things are pretty calm right now on Pensacola Beach. We're seeing some light rain off and on and some wind, but that could change. Red flags are flying over Pensacola Beach, and you can already see that high surf kicking up in the Gulf. However, a few people are still out strolling on Pensacola Beach this afternoon. Northwest Florida could see some flooding later. We're under a coastal flood advisory, so be careful if you're traveling. Right now, things are still calm as we prepare for any indirect impacts from Francine. Live on Pensacola Beach. Daily, WKRG News 5.
Thanks, Alexa. And download our free WKRG weather app to keep up with Francine and future storms. You can also find more information on our website, WKRG.com. And here's a current look at the radar picture of Hurricane Francine. You can see a center of circulation here offshore, and it is likely going to make landfall sometime late this afternoon and evening along the southeast Louisiana coastline. Now, as far as our local impacts go, that's when we'll start to see our impacts really start to heat up. That will be in the late afternoon, evening hours. We're talking rough surf, rain, as well as gusty winds and the low end chance for a few tornadoes. We'll break down those details when you get back.
Join G&D Farms to celebrate the great outdoors at their Outdoor Expo September 13th through 15th at the grounds in Mobile, Alabama.
The News 5 First Alert Storm Team is tracking Francine around the clock. We'll keep you updated on impacts from surge to severe weather and when it'll affect your neighborhood. For the latest on Francine, trust the News 5 First Alert Storm Team.
This week, CW Sports Saturday begins with the Lift-Off Individual Championship. Then number 5 Ole Miss and Heisman hopeful Jackson Dart visit Wake Forest on CW Sports Saturday.
Over the air channel 55.1 or check for CW on your channel guide.
Nothing brings us together like football and good food. So we're firing up the grill with our new Steakhouse Steak Converter and Steakhouse Patio. 2 all-beef patties, mushrooms, onions, and our signature steak sauce. Score Jack's new Steakhouse favorites today.
You know, in my lifetime, I've been knocked around a few times. No matter how many times you get knocked down, you never have to get up on it. Back pain, knee pain, you name it, I had it. But when I walk up to the grocery store and I get some heart support, I feel so much better. Very little pain in my back. I feel no pain in my knees. There's nothing like it. No matter who you are, whatever position you hold, in some way, we can help somebody. That's what the grocery store does. They help you keep up.
I'm Greg Wood, and this is JB Coyote. Watch this Thursday at 6:30 to see who we present the ABC Powered Band of the Week.
Band of the Week, Thursdays at 6:30. Brought to you by JBT Power.
JBT Power is your local dealer for the complete line of affordable and dependable Coyote tractors. From compact models to air-conditioned cab models, Coyote tractors can take on any job. Sales, parts, service, rental, and excellent customer service. JBT Power, the power to get it done.
This is it? Shouldn't have ignored that much smelling. So long.
I understand. Lots of people don't realize that mold feeds off moisture in their culture.
Well, let's call the car for you.
A musty piano is just one side of cross spaces compromise, but you can't. Put water back in its place with a fuel inspection from AFX. And now receive no interest on all repairs and paid in full in 24 months. Call the line today.
An injured worker left me a message that said, "He probably won't call me back. I'm just a nobody." I called him right back. Nobody's a nobody, and no one deserves a better firm than you do.
Nobody is a nobody. They took care of me. Thank God I didn't want to work more.
Elevate your style with timeless elegates at Jewelers. Premium crisis, or choose from our diamond studs, hoops, tennis bracelets, necklaces, or pre-owned Rolex watches and estate jewelry. Let our experts help you find your perfect match at Carrot Path.
Whether you say supper or dinner, we've got your wallet covered. After 4 p.m. every day, get our $6 dinner deal. Our southern fried chicken favorites with 2 sides and a biscuit for just $6. See you after 4.
I'm Shannon Chapman, and I take the day.
Now, meteorologist Caroline Carruthers with your first alert storm team forecast.
Well, good afternoon to you. We are continuing to track Hurricane Francine. Max winds right now around 90 miles per hour. It's picked up some forward here at around 13 miles per hour. It's curved to the northeast, set to make landfall on the Louisiana coastline sometime later on this afternoon and into the early evening. So, looking at the latest track from the Hurricane Center, it is set to hit landfall either as a strong Category 1 or a low end Category 2 hurricane. Like I said earlier, first impact, so not really that much difference there, but then it's expected to weaken pretty quickly, moving inland, just becoming a rainmaker for a lot of the southeast. Now, as far as the forecast model goes, over the next couple of hours, going to see some light showers start to roll into the News 5 neighborhood, and then moving into the afternoon, late afternoon and evening, that's when we'll start to see the heavier rain bands move in. Now, it's these rain bands that will increase the risk for tornadoes. We're also talking about an increased risk for tropical storm force wind gusts, as well as heavy rain and flooding. So just keep that in mind. This is 3:30 p.m., starting to see those heavier bands move on shore. And then by the time we get to around 7 o'clock, they'll kind of come in waves as they do. This is 10:30, starting to see another band of showers and thunderstorms roll through the area. And then overnight, we are actually going to see the winds pick up. We'll also see that severe weather chance continue into the overnight hours. And then eventually we're going to get dry air wrapping around the system here. So by tomorrow morning, I would say mid-morning at the latest, 9, 10 o'clock, we will start to see these storms move out of the News 5 neighborhood, but what will linger are those wind gusts as well as the rough surf that always takes some time to calm down in the wake of a storm like this. As far as our tropical alerts go, tropical storm warning in place for Mississippi counties, Mobile and Baldwin County as well. That's for winds of up to or over 39 miles per hour possible in these areas here. So I don't think sustained winds we're going to see that. But in these gusts, I think we could, especially in the overnight hours. And you'll see that here in our wind gust forecast. Through the afternoon, we're going to be wind gusts. These are not sustained. These are gusting winds around 25 miles per hour. And that'll kind of hold steady through the afternoon hours. Now, as we approach the evening hours after this makes landfall, that's when we start to see these tropical storm force winds come into play. This yellow shading here is tropical storm force winds. We're talking is going to linger. In addition to the winds, we're talking about surge. So we've got some storm surge possible in northwest Florida. It's overall low, 1 to 2 feet, 2 to 4 feet in Mobile Bay and along the Alabama coast. Of course, a little bit higher in Mississippi, closer to Francine at 3 to 5. Orange Beach, you can see the waves crashing already, and the surf is just going to continue to build. We do have a high surf warning in place for 7 to 10 foot breaking waves in the surf zone later on today. Fall potential goes anywhere from 2 to 5 inches. We do have a flood watch in place. I think most of this rain will be beneficial for our area, but we could see some low-lying areas flood, especially near that coastline where we're seeing those onshore winds. The last impact we're looking at here is a level 2 of 5 risk in place for the chances of spin-up tornadoes. Unfortunately, that is a part of tropical systems, so we'll be watching for that mainly this evening and into the overnight hours. So for the next 7 days here, we're weather aware today and tonight as Francine moves to our west and we have impacts in our area. The rain chance does decrease throughout the day on Thursday, and the weekend actually looks pretty nice.
Today we begin a new segment called Epic Discounts. Fair and Hip highlights the deals you might want to check out. Welcome to Epic Discounts. I'm brand ambassador Fair and Hip. Epic Discounts is the place to find all of the items you're looking for, but for less. Just scan the QR code on your screen to start shopping today. Today's first deal is
that tastes great, that working late. Fire, nothing plain about it. Attention all seniors, you can now get up to $50,000 and other final expenses, including your credit card debt, with no medical exam, starting at less than $1 a day.
Good. So good to see you. How was everything?
Amazing as usual, Frank. Happy to see you're out of the hospital and back at it.
Me too. But my big health scare got me really thinking about the future. But my girl said to take over the family business. I want to make sure I don't leave them any behind. Hey, the price of a funeral can be $8,000 or more.
We're just happy to have you back then. Don't go thinking about debts or anything like that. We'll find a way to pay.
Now see, that's why I made a call and found out I'm eligible for $50,000 for my funeral and other final expenses.
Well, hold on. Eligible for $50,000 and you just got out of the hospital? Then you have to take a medical exam or something?
No, there was no medical exam, and I was able to get coverage right over the phone. But my rates can never be increased, my benefits can never be decreased, and my coverage can never be canceled.
Yeah. I'm glad you made that call.
Don't leave loved ones with your debt. Call 800-963-7938 now and see if you qualify for up to $50,000 for your funeral and other final expenses, starting at less than $1 a day. There's no medical exam, and you can be approved even if you have pre-existing health conditions. Rates can never be increased, your benefits can never be decreased, and your coverage can never be canceled. There's no obligation. Call 800-963-7938 now. There's no paperwork, no hidden fees, and no waiting periods. And you can start coverage right over the phone, starting at less than $1 a day. Call 800-963-7938. That's 800-963-7938. 800-963-7938.
When you get approved with Drive Time, you get the real deal. The Drive Time Real Deal Maker.
Customize the real down payment and month of the car you want to buy.
That's super smart. The deal you make on your phone is the deal you pay. You like the deal yourself.
Get the real deal at drivetime.com.
When the weather chops away your winnings, there's only one thing to do. Weeknights at 8 on Game Show Network.
All right, here we go. We're going to start another game. Before we do that, we've got to meet another player. Here's a charming lady named Ellen Williams. Hi, Ellen. Would you please tell our friends here a little bit about yourself?
I'm from Duncanville, which is a suburb of Dallas. I'm married and I have an adorable 7-month-old baby daughter.
I'll bet she is adorable, yes. Terrific. All right, Ellen, shall we begin? Are you ready to have a go at this? All right. The challenger makes a selection. We ask you to do it because some contestants find some of these questions harder than others, and that's why you go. A is what she wants. Is everybody ready? Yeah. Good.
I'm not.
Yes, you are. Okay. Phyllis said, what a wild party. Around midnight, some guy tried to blank my leg. It's a wild party. Wild party. Phyllis said, what a wild party. Around midnight, some guy tried to blank my legs. Okay, a lot of good choices here. So we got a response from you. Around midnight, some guy tried to blank my legs. What do you put in that blank?
Shave.
Shave my legs. It's a pretty wild party. Yeah. Right. And wheels must have been flying freely. So what do you say? I've never been on a... They always feel that. Yes. Brett, what did you say?
He's such a liar. Well, I think
your first half this round. Here's a poem about good King Henry VIII.
Yikes.
Oh, is he dead?
Yes, he died. Right. Yeah, read my poem. With no further interruptions.
Oh, sorry.
And Boone began to moan when Henry Butler with a blank.
Henry Butler with what?
And Boleyn began to moan when Henry bopped her with a... Oh, okay. King Henry VIII. He was a good king. Oh, yeah, he was a good king. History is changing its opinion on Henry.
Well, he chopped a lot of ladies' heads off.
Oh,
Yeah, big legs.
he was in that
He's just lousy to his wives.
That's a, here we go. What do you say, Les? Anne Boleyn began to moan when Henry bopped her with a phone. A phone. I think you just blew it, Les. Phone. What else is phone? Les, a little careless. Literally bopped her with a... So, but she doesn't care anymore. Axe. I love your rhyming scheme there. Correct?
You want to hear something you won't believe? What? I forgot it was a poem.
Oh, I said it was a poem. You didn't write it either?
No, I said it was a poem.
Anne Boleyn began to moan when Henry bopped her with a...
scepter.
Okay, come on, Charles, rhyme this poem.
I remembered it was a poem.
Phone. Okay, phone it is, wasn't it?
I remember it was a poem too. However, I said throne.
Throne. Okay, that's good. Richard?
He said phone.
Phone, he said phone.
I said phone.
Phone. All right. Okay. All right, Betty.
It was such a sloppy eater, it was bone.
Phone it was. Okay, so at the end of round one, it's 2-0 in favor of the challenger. We'll get back to our two players here, but first we got this for you.
Just once, wish somebody would blank my bun. Nothing goes better than buns than butter.
Sorry, I said toast.
This is a mismatch game. You guys will be
The match game, weeknights at 6, starting Monday on Game Show Network. When you step into a Warby Parker store, you're immediately met by, well, glasses. But there's more than meets the eye, like contact lenses, top-notch eye exams, expert opticians, and affordable prices. Visit one of our hundreds of stores around the country.
Life is better with the credit gods on your side. Rewards once available to the few are now accessible to the many. Credit One Bank. Get cashback rewards that live large.
For gentle, dependable conversation relief, try Seneca. It works differently from other laxatives because it's made from the Senna plant, a natural vegetable laxative ingredient. Gentle, dependable Seneca. Also available in delicious gummies. Change the world for good by putting others before yourself to glorify God. The pursuit to serve others is yours. Find your purpose at Grand Canyon University. Private, Christian, affordable. Visit gcu.edu.
I'm the type of person who wants to know I made the right decision. That means really seeing the full picture. All the details, mileage, accident history, number of owners, all right here. Everything I needed to know to find exactly what I needed. Knowledge before action.
Car doers. Get it for doers.
Wow is on sale now at Cabinets to Go.
It's our buy one, get one free sale. Get your dream kitchen for as low as just $155 per month. Hurry! Get one free sale ends soon.
Cabinets to Go. Wow for less.
Shopping, working, and relaxing online can attract various digital threats. To improve your protection against them, just turn on NordVPN. This cybersecurity will block web trackers and malware-infected sites. It will also encrypt your internet traffic without losing a smooth connection. Choose the VPN recommended by Forbes Advisor. Get the deal now. NordVPN, cybersecurity built for every day.
Here. Okay. Just a quick goodbye to you. See you next time. Look forward to that. We'll start round two. You were splendid. You're laughing at the next show already. We haven't even started it yet, but you were good too. G. Rivers, Match Game 74. Join us next time. Bye.
There are two sides to everything. My new game show, Cruise. I'm hosting all new flip side. We ask players to guess how one group of people would answer a question. Like we ask diners, when is it okay to send back food? Then we flip, and the players predict how the opposite group would answer. We ask servers, when is it not okay to send back food? Get it? We flip it. So we flip sides. Is the top answer half each? Yes. The real white hosts flip side.
weeknights at 7 starting Monday on Game Show Network.
Get ready to let the star. Flip. Brett Sard. Charles Nelson Riley. Linda King. Richard Dawson. And Lenny White. As we play the star-studded Big Money Match Game 74. And now here's the host of Match Game 74, Gene Rayburn.
Pleasure to see your smiling faces.
Yes.
Are you all ready and well and all that sort of thing? Yes. Charles, you ready?
I'm perfectly ready. I'm ready every time I'm on this show. These other people are very strict.
That's true. That's true, Charles. Okay. Charles,
any family?
we're all ready, so let's begin by saying hello to our two players, Ellen Williams and Les Medell here. Hello there. Les is our current champ. He's won a total of $14,400, which is an all-time high here on Match Game 74. Ellen is challenging him. We have finished round one. She is ahead at the moment, 2-0 at the end of round one. We'll go to round two, our final round, and see how it ends up right after we see how these messages turn out for you.
All new families.
In the mood of you.
Family Feud. All new weeknights at 10 on Game Show Network.
Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bathroom shower that's safer at a price you can afford with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel.
It was done in the same day. We did not have to wait. It is amazing. Working with the community device home, it was a seamless process, and it really is an option for everyone.
I would give this whole experience an A+. I definitely wish I would have called sooner.
Jacuzzi has been making water feel great for more than 65 years. So you know it's a brand you can trust, and their products come with a lifetime warranty. For a style you'll love for years to come. Plus, there has never been a better time to buy. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year. There are so many designs to choose from, including my Christina Preferred collection. Plus, we offer free, personalized, in-home design services to build the bath you've always wanted, right in your own space. And let's talk about accessories. From soft close shower doors and adjustable shower heads to features like grab bars and custom seats that combine safety and style to keep you feeling comfortable and independent for years to come. Plus, cleanup's a breeze. No grimy grout and no scrubbing. It just rinses clean. It's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your one-day installation, and start loving your new bathroom shower right away.
Call or go online right now for a limited time offer. Only weeks left to get waived installation and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-993-6223. That's 800-993-6223. Call now.
It was 52.
The king is dead, long live the king. There you go. Stay up here with me. Now, here we go. You're going to have a go at over $5,000 here, Ellen, and we'll begin right now. We polled a recent studio audience, and we got their best response to this. Ray Blank. Now, the answer they gave most often is worth $500 to you if you can match it. Second most frequent response, $250. Third, $100. Now, you can get a little help from some of your celebrities here. Which ones do you choose?
Richard?
How do you feel, Evan? Ray
Charles.
Ray Charles. We'll find Ray Charles. Okay, Ray Charles is one.
Betty? I was afraid you were going to do that. Ray of sunshine.
Ray of Sunshine.
Boy, we are all kinds of answers. Yes, I'm a Flash Gordon fan. Ray Gun.
Ray Gun.
Nobody said Ray Bird, isn't that fair?
Ray of Sunshine. You can give us one of those as the answer, or think up one of your own. What would you like to do, Ellen?
Ray Charles.
Ray Charles is the one you want. Okay. Ray Charles is what we are looking for. Go find Ray Charles. All right, I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to see if he's under the $100 response. Ray Milan.
I quickly forget.
Yes, indeed. It was a senior citizens group we had in that day. All right, we're looking for Ray Charles. May we see the $250 response? Ray Gunn is the one that Linda gave us there. Okay. Third and last chance for Ray Charles. Here is the $500 response. Okay, now Ellen, you've got $500. That means you'll be playing for 10 times that amount, or $5,000. Collect the $5,000. You got to match one celebrity on a head-to-head basis. It has to be exact. Please choose one now.
I think I'll stick with Richard.
You stick with Richard. Richard, you gonna get ready to write? Please. Here is the $5,000 question.
Give her a book.
Blank Way. W-A-Y. Blank Way. W-A-Y. Okay, Ellen, Richard has finished his answer. Now we need a response from you. How do you fill in that blank way?
Freeway?
Freeway, she said. I guess being out here in California, that would be a logical answer. It's a good answer. There are a number of good answers. Richard, the $5,000, may we see yours?
I'm glad you did point out there are a number of good answers. I said one way.
One way. One way is
Ray
good.
Charles.
Yeah. Freeway is good. And one way is good. And you're still a champ. And you know, you're up to $600. You're going to meet another player in a moment or so, but first we're going to pause for this message, and then we'll come right back and start another game.
Hi, my name is Damian Clark. And if you have both Medicare and Medicaid, I have some really encouraging news that you'll definitely want to hear. Depending on the plans available in your area, you may be eligible to get extra benefits with the Humana Medicare Advantage Dual Eligible Special Needs Plan. All these plans include a Healthy Options allowance, a monthly allowance to help pay for eligible groceries, utilities, rent, and over-the-counter items, like vitamins, pain relievers, first aid supplies, and more. The Healthy Options allowance is voted onto a prepaid card each month, and whatever you don't spend carries over from each month. Other benefits on these plans include free rides to and from your medical appointments. You pay nothing for covered prescriptions all year long. All plans have dental coverage, which includes 2 free cleanings a year, fillings, and a yearly exam. They also have vision coverage, including vision exams and a yearly allowance towards eyewear, such as lenses or contacts, and hearing coverage, which includes routine hearing tests, coverage for hearing aids. You'll also have a $0 copay for the shingles and other routine vaccines and in-network retail pharmacies. Plus, your doctor, hospital, and pharmacy may already be part of our large Humana networks. So call the number on your screen now. Speak with a licensed Humana sales agent. Wouldn't you love benefits like a monthly allowance to help pay for eligible groceries, utilities, rent, and over-the-counter items? So if you have Medicare and Medicaid, call the number on your screen now and speak with a licensed Humana sales agent. If you're eligible, they can even help enroll you over the phone in a Humana.
Hi, Grandma. I played baseball today.
That's great.
What position did you play?
First base. That's where Grandpa used to play. When our hearing wouldn't allow us to use a regular phone, it made us feel isolated.
It became difficult to communicate with our friends and family.
Clear Captions was an easy solution for us.
Clear Captions provides captions on a phone like captioning on your TV, so you can see what the caller is saying live as they say it.
Making it easy to understand and respond immediately.
There is no insurance or Medicare required. Clear Caption service is provided at no cost to you through a federally funded program. We deliver, install, and train you on how to use your phone, all at no cost to you.
Give your loved ones the independence and connection they deserve.
Call now to see if you qualify to get a Clear Captions phone at no cost to you. Call 1-800-451-2912. That's 1-800-451-2912.
All right, thank you so much for joining us during this special edition of AccuWeather Ahead. I'm Bree Guy, and we have been keeping our eyes on the tropics because Francine is on the move, and it's going to be bringing those rough impacts here along the Louisiana coast. Now, as this storm continues here throughout the rest of the week, we are going to continue to watch some of these threats for severe weather and also some of those gusty winds and heavy rain. When it comes to the heavy rain, flooding is going to be a top concern as well. And here's video from storm chaser Brandon Clement as New Orleans started to get rain from Francine on Tuesday. Now, this morning we were already seeing those impacts, and we were hearing residents bracing for dangerous impacts from the storm.
I'm literally, my house sits up and the lake is way down off of Blue Bonnet, so I'm not as concerned with the flooding. I know they impact the area itself, but not my personal area. I do have a canoe on my lake, but I do not plan on venturing out if we're flooded. So we went and stocked up on dry food. You know, I have some noodles and bought some charcoal, bought some water. I have hot plates, have a generator, so we'll be able to survive as long as we need to on those things, sandwiches and cereal and that type of stuff.
Hurricane warnings remain in effect ahead of Francine's expected landfall later today. Now, we are continuing to track this threat here as we head throughout the rest of our Wednesday, even into Thursday as well. That's when we could see, of course, those impacts here building. And as we're continuing to watch that threat, we could see that potential for some pretty big flooding, especially there across the Mississippi Valley. So heads up, we're warning you that this storm is ready to unleash some heavy rain. This storm is juiced up. It is kind of gathering its own environment and it's bringing it with it. So we are still monitoring that chance for strengthening into a Category 2 hurricane. Now, some of those impacts here are going to be rain, and we are anticipating a lot of rain here in a few of these areas as well. and we could see upwards to 8 to 12 inches if you're actually looking for max as high as 24 inches. So a lot of rain, what we're anticipating Francine to make landfall, but even as we head through Friday, that rain is going to spread further north. And in the short term, while we are tracking that flooding threat, we are also, in the long term, probably going to see some benefits from this rain, and that comes to those low Mississippi River levels. Those impacts, though, in the short term, something you certainly should have top of mind of. Through Saturday, damaging wind gusts and isolated tornadoes. We're also tracking that flash flooding threat, and you'll see storm surge as high as 15 feet right on the immediate coast. The AccuWeather will impact scale for the U.S. at a 2. That's why we have that high risk to lives and property here as we do head throughout the rest of this week. But you'll note that we could even see some of those issues as well as we head further north, and that spreads here, even through Memphis, through Louisville. That's we're anticipating some of those bigger impacts here as we head throughout the week. Now, the winds are going to be howling here, especially when this storm makes landfall. Remember, we were tracking sustained winds as high as 95 to 100 miles per hour at landfall. Sustained winds, that means they're consistent. So this is a dangerous situation, but even here we could see wind gusts along the immediate coast. The further out you go, thankfully, it is less built out and it is less populated, but we are still tracking those winds between 100 to 120 miles per hour. But your actual local storm max, we could see upwards to 130 miles per hour as well. Now, I do want to take us out to current satellite and radar because we do have that tornado warning here in effect across southern Louisiana, and this is an area that we're keeping a close eye out on where that tornado warning is, and we are continuing to see some indication for rotation, of course, right here in southeastern Louisiana. And if we look at some of those atmospheric parameters, we can kind of see the indicator that we have some rotation here in the atmosphere. You can kind of see it. It's not a strong signature, but you can kind of point out where those winds are moving away from the radar and toward the radar. That's what we call a couplet if it can come together. Right now, the signature is not too strong, so I think we're just calling for this tornado warning here from radar, and we're also tracking that threat for that potential for rotation as we head throughout the rest of this hour. This goes until 1 p.m. Central Time. Now, we are also tracking, of course, that threat for heavy rain. I do want to bring this back out to the precipitation that we've been seeing because we've unloaded a lot of rain here just over the past few hours. So we're talking about a very small time period. And if I bring out some of those storm reports, I want to see if they can pop up, but maybe not yet. But we're also tracking those threats even offshore as well, because that's where we could see those impacts here and already seeing those evacuations from those offshore rigs. So with this storm, we're already starting to see those big impacts. And so this storm is making way and it's continuing to move north and spreading that heavy rain. AccuWeather has been proven to be the most accurate source of weather forecasts and warnings. We have saved thousands of lives and prevented tens of billions of dollars in damage. Better protect your family, keep them safer. Download the AccuWeather app today.
The only thing on the road faster than a race car are rising car repair costs. But with endurance, you'll never.
Okay. Well, Harry has a full-size photo of his ex-wife. Every night he
grooves on it.
He grooves on it.
What?
What does that mean? I run the show, Brett. He said grooves on it. All right, Joe, what do you?
$20 on it.
It looks on it. All right, Brett. So it's
I
your
don't
answer.
know whether my answer matches
We'll
or
make
not.
the decision on that. Don't you worry about that.
Well, I have a full-size picture of Jack, and I'll tell you what I do with it when he goes out of town. I spit on him. That's just an act.
She really loves him, Frank. Charles.
Another spit.
Oh, Linda? Yeah.
That's tacky. She sleeps on.
Sleep. Okay. You must match the two remaining celebrities to stay in the game. Richard,
He does actually sleep on the picture, but he sleeps on his back, face up, so there's nothing common.
Oh.
Sleeps on the
Okay.
Is your dishwasher safe? And with the rechargeable lithium-ion battery, it's easy to make sure your grill block is always ready to clean. Check out the grill block, available in black or red. The grill block makes the perfect holiday gift for the griller in your life. Try the grill block risk-free for 60 days with a no questions asked satisfaction guarantee. Visit getgrillblock.com.
And welcome back, everyone, to After the Early. I'm Ariella Scalise. We're talking about the history with hurricane names because it was since 1953 that Atlantic tropical storms had been named from lists originated by the National Hurricane Center, but they're now maintained and updated through a very strict procedure by the International Committee of the World Meteorological Organization. The use of easily remembered names greatly reduces any kind of confusion when there's two or even more tropical storms or hurricanes happening at the same time. 6 lists are used in rotation and recycled every 6 years. And the only time that there is a change in the list if the storm is so deadly or so costly that the future use of its name would be very difficult for folks. So for that reason, you'll sometimes see switches in the list here. And that happened this year. So the first time that we are using Francine. 2024, the same list from 2018. So you'll notice the first 5 storms are all the same, but Francine is now replacing Florence, a storm that was retired. There was also another retired storm from the year of 2018, and that would be Hurricane Michael as it made landfall in Florida and continued to bring huge impacts into Georgia and through the Carolinas. So when you look at this year's list of names, you won't see a Michael on that list. The M-named storm is now Milton. So shows you just the changes here that can go every 6 years in those storms that do get retired. Other retired F-named storms, you may remember Fiona back in 2022. I mentioned Florence, and I know storms that have a lot of history, Hurricane Floyd and Hurricane Fred. I'll be right back after the break.
Please give us your response. How do you fill in that blank, boy?
Bellboy.
Bellboy. All right, Richard, for $2,500. What do you have here? May we see your answer, Richard?
I wish I had a bellboy and that. I'm sorry, that nature boy.
Nature boy. Well-known song of Helen, you're up to your 950ers, and you're going to meet another player, but first we've got a little message for you, and this is it.
Welcome to Fifth Side, the game where every question has 2 sides.
Yes, Mary, yes, Mary.
Don't think of you, think
He knows you as a repair expert, a procurement specialist, and a problem solver. No matter what you're called, you know who to call to help keep your operation running. Grainger has over 1 million products, including the one you need now, plus the scale to deliver next day on most orders, so you can focus on delivering for the ones who count on you. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My paycheck was just deposited into my Greenlight account.
Greenlight is so convenient. You know, we had to use a vacuum tube. Where is it going? Bring your family into the financial future.
DR is the leader in leaf and lawn vacuums. The DR right behind your lawn tractor and inhales everything. Unloading takes just seconds. No lawn tractor, no problem. Our new Pilot XT models fill disposable bags for curbside pickup.
Shop the sale today. All DR leaf and lawn vacs are now on sale and free shipping is in effect. Hurry, this offer won't last. That's drleafvac.com.
Now, the forecast from around the country.
For us parents, unexpected kind of comes with the territory. That's why there's Fabric by Gerber Life. We make it easy for parents to get life insurance. Because you know.
Family Feud's all new. With brand new dance moves.
I like to dance in my underwear.
And new surprising answers.
Everything. It's a terrible answer.
No, it's not. There's one.
Big truck accidents in the U.S. are increasing every year. For over 25 years, I have helped 18-wheeler accident victims recover millions of dollars. If you've been in an accident involving an 18-wheeler, call me, Alabama. We go to war for your family.
Hello everyone, I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Ellison Barber. And Clay Esenwa is on assignment. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Wednesday, September 11th, 2024. Breaking news, bracing for landfall. Hurricane Francine barrels toward the Louisiana coast. Millions facing heavy rainfall and high winds. We have the latest timeline on when it makes landfall.
Sparks fly. Vice President Harris and former President Trump face off in their first and perhaps only debate.
The worst vice president in the
Clashes over the economy and the border, plus how undecided voters are reacting. Also breaking the lyrics, sexually abused hundreds of athletes, what they found, and the questions still unanswered.
And remembering 9/11, the nation 23 years after the deadliest terror attack in American history. We'll take you inside the tributes honoring the lives lost.
It's an important day today, and we will be marking that and talking about it. Allison?
We're going to begin this hour, though, with some breaking news because Hurricane Francine is closing in on the Gulf Coast.
It could make landfall in just a matter of hours now. From Louisiana to Alabama, millions of people bracing for possible flooding and even tornadoes. Locals have been filling up sandbags, stocking up on groceries, batteries. People in the strike zone have already seen some rain and some wind, but the worst of it could begin in the next few hours. NBC News correspondent Kathy Park is in Bruges for us, but we're going to start with meteorologist Bill Cairns. He's tracking Francine's path. So, Bill, I see a lot behind you there. The National Weather Service just put out an update. What do we know?
So still a category 1. We don't think it's going to increase in intensity, so that's good. We also have a new tornado watch that was just issued for the area. So it's moving faster now. Northeast at about 16 miles per hour. It's roughly about 95 miles from Morgan City, about 80. So give or take somewhere in the range of about 4 to 6 hours from now is when we think that landfall will occur. Heavy rain bands are already moving on shore. We do have a chance of isolated tornadoes. We just had a tornado issue for the Triumph area. So again, these spiraling bands east of the center, up until about 11 p.m. this evening, that tornado watch extends until. So that's a long period of time. And as far as the current wind gusts go, nothing that's doing any damage yet. That's still just right to the south of the shoreline. So we will start to increase these bands with the wind as we go throughout the rest of the afternoon. It looks like the timing for like New Orleans and Baton Rouge, more or less after the dinner hours when you'll start to see your higher wind gusts. If you're going to lose power, it'd likely be between about 6 p.m. and midnight tonight as the center of the storm will be closest to you. Those are the hurricane warning. So those areas at least have a potential of getting some wind over 74 miles per hour. And as far as the max wind forecast, most areas are in about the 40 to about 75 mile per hour range. And that's why if we're going to get power outages, it would likely be definitely Houma, Morgan City, New Iberia, and then from Baton Rouge to New Orleans. That's kind of the target area. I think it'll be more scattered by the time we get up in Mississippi. I think the storm's going to quickly lose a lot of punch as we go throughout the evening. Then, of course, we have the heavy rain, and we will be dealing with flash flooding concerns near the center of that storm right through the night and into tomorrow morning.
Let's bring Kathy Park in. She is in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Kathy, I understand the governor there and his team have given an update on how the state is preparing for the conditions Bill was talking about. What did they say and how is it right now? So, Allison, given the timeline of Hurricane Francine, he told residents it is critical to find shelter now and pretty much stay put until the storm passes. And even after the storm is out of here, he encouraged people to stay off the roadway so that emergency responders can get to work. Utility crews can also begin their repair. He added that they have a lot of resources they can tap into. Members of the National Guard, they are at the ready for water rescues if necessary. They've actually been equipped with water and supplies, so all the essentials. He also talked about a critical app that they have rolled out. It's called Get a Game Plan. You can download that quickly on your phone, and it's a great one-stop shop. It has critical numbers that people can turn to. You can get push alerts depending on how the storm behaves. Obviously, it's a dynamic situation, so everyone has a cell phone, and this is a good source that they can turn to. But here's a little bit more from the governor's update earlier today. Take a listen.
The time to evacuate has now passed. It is the time to go to ground and hunker down. We are now no longer in the prepare for a hurricane. We are now in the respond for a hurricane or to a hurricane.
And Allison, quickly, just want to give you an update on the conditions here in Baton Rouge. We're starting to feel the outer bands of Hurricane Francine right now. The showers have started to move in. The wind is starting to pick up, but obviously conditions will be deteriorating very quickly. Right, Bill Cairns, Park, Kathy, stay safe. Thank you both. Now to the race for the White House after a big night on the debate stage.
Vice President Harris walked toward former President Trump and they shook hands at the beginning, but then they quickly drew contrasts on major policy issues, including inflation, abortion rights, immigration, foreign policy. Both candidates and campaigns claiming victory in the debate, no surprise. In a phone interview with Fox News this morning, the former president said it was, quote, maybe my best debate.
After meeting in person for the first time last night on stage, both Harris and Trump spent part of the morning together again in New York City, marking 23 years since the 9/11 terror attacks. Let's bring in NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez covering the Harris campaign, and NBC News correspondent Garrett Haight covering the Trump campaign. You guys have so many titles, I can't keep track. Garrett, let's start with you. The economy and inflation, it's one of former President Trump's biggest issues that he's running on. Let's hear a little about what he had to say.
Look, we've had a terrible economy because inflation has, which is really known as a country buster. It breaks up countries. We have inflation like very few have ever seen before, probably the worst in our nation's history.
An NBC News fact check determined the claim that he was making there was in fact false. While the inflation rate did hit a peak of about 9% 2 summers ago, it's nowhere near the country's highest and has steadily been cooling. But Garrett, talk to us about that. What exactly is the former president's plan to make the cost of living more affordable?
Yeah, Allison, the inflation rate has gone down, but prices are still high, and that's an issue that Donald Trump would have probably preferred to spend more of the night talking about than what he did last night. His plan for the economy centers on kind of jacking up energy production, which he hopes will cut energy prices, removing regulations in a way that he thinks will get the economy humming, and tariffs that have largely divided economists as to their effectiveness on anything, and in fact, many people believe actually raise the price of most consumer goods. That said, he does feel like this is a stronger issue for him, and one in which his campaign had hoped they'd be able to put Kamala Harris more on the defensive than I think they were able to successfully do last night.
Another big topic last night, abortion. I want to play a little bit of what Harris and Trump had to say.
Every Democrat, every Republican, liberal, conservative, they all wanted this issue to be brought back to the states where the people could vote. And that's what happened.
You want to talk about this is what people wanted? Pregnant women who want to carry a pregnancy to term, suffering from a miscarriage, being denied care in an emergency room because the healthcare providers are afraid they might go to jail, and she's bleeding out in a car in the parking lot? She didn't want that.
Gabe, abortion rights have been a key issue for the Harris campaign. Undecided voters that I watched the debate with last night, they reacted viscerally to that part. Debate. What is the vice president saying specifically that she would do on a federal level when it comes to abortion if she's elected?
Hi there, Kate. Well, the Harris campaign thinks the moment you just saw there is one of her strongest of the debate. Now, Vice President Harris says that she wants to reinstate the protections of Roe v. Wade, although it would need to pass through Congress, and as former President Trump pointed out, that is unlikely to happen. She did, however, hedge when she was asked what restrictions, if any, she supported surrounding abortion. But again, she and the Harris campaign continue to say, and she has been quite the messenger on abortion rights throughout this campaign. She says that she wants the protections of Roe v. Wade reinstated.
Bipartisan immigration reform plan, which was introduced earlier this year, it was brought up last night. Trump was asked about it. What did he say? What stood out to you there?
Ellison, what stood out to me is that Trump didn't answer the question. I mean, this was an example of Kamala Harris then getting under Trump's skin, and he was asked about this, but instead pivoted to respond to Harris attacking his crowd size. That's how we got off on the tangent about people in Ohio allegedly eating pets. Trump didn't answer a question. One of the most important issues of the election, securing the southern border. What he normally talks about is building the wall, reinstating policies like Remain in Mexico. He completely whipped policy in that moment.
Gabe, Garrett just mentioned that this sensational claim that former President Trump made that Haitian immigrants in Ohio are stealing pets and eating them. You've done some digging into that story. What do we know?
Well, Kate, this is a story out of Springfield, Ohio, a town that has seen a large influx of Haitian immigrants over the past few years. And there have been a lot of immigrants there. They boosted the economy, filled a lot of jobs, but there has been some concerns from local residents about them straining resources in that town. Over the last several weeks and months, there have been unfounded reports coming up in city commission meetings about Haitian immigrants potentially eating pets, a claim that has been debunked by the local police. The city manager said yesterday that it was not true. And I want to throw this back to you, Kate, but yesterday, former President Trump doubled down on that claim, and local officials said it is just not true.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez, Garrett Hake, thank you both.
Coming up, it might be the most coveted endorsement of the 2024 campaign. Why Taylor Swift says she's weighing in on the election and the impact that she could have on November. That's coming up on NBC Newsday.
RSV can severely affect the lungs and lower.
No quarterbacks, Jones, the experts in back pain relief for more than 100 years. Available at stores near you.
Protection against COVID-19 up to date with a COVID shot this season. You can get your COVID-19 shot when getting your flu shot if you're due for both, as recommended by the CDC. Ask your healthcare provider and book at vaxassist.com.
Hey guys, how we feeling? You ready? Hey, Adams Elementary. Go Rams! I think he needs one too. What do you think?
This is not just flu protection.
You guys ready to fight some crime?
Yeah.
Okay, we go get him, all right?
This is a neighbor looking out for you. Schedule flu and COVID-19 vaccines for you and your family today. Walgreens.
Outback Steakhouse. Try the Great Barrier Eats, like the beef and beef platter, or the twin reef shrimp, starting at just $14.99.
I love the Great Barrier Reef.
It's reef, mate.
Why would you say that?
Great Barrier Eats, now at Outback.
That's like a gap in my health insurance.
Gap in your health insurance?
It didn't cover everything when I got hurt. Good thing I had Aflac. The cash I got from Aflac helped pay for medical expenses, groceries, rent. Really helped close that gap.
Can't help with expenses health insurance doesn't cover. Find an agent, get a quote at Aflac.com.
We should have Aflac on our team. You can't.
The way I approach work post-fatherhood has really been trying to understand the generation that we're building devices for. Here at the Comcast family, we're building an integrated in-home Wi-Fi solution for millions of families like my own. Connectivity is a big part of my boys' lives. It brings people together in meaningful ways. Looking for a reason to try a new $5 meal deal at McDonald's? Here's 1, 2, 3, 4, and the price makes 5. That's everything you get with the new $5 meal deal at McDonald's.
Best reactions are chain reaction when players become winners. Space. Weeknights starting at the Game Show Network. As promised, it's prize puzzle time. What are you wearing? That's the category for this round. There it is. Sandy, come on. Oh, 600. Yeah.
N.
Very demonstrative. 2 N's, yes.
I'd like to write by a vowel. I.
No, there is no I there. I'm sorry, Julie. We got free play.
Okay. A.
There you go. 3 A's. $6.50.
S.
4 S's. Okay.
D.
There's some D's. Pick up that wild card. You also pick up another $1,000 here. 3,600.
I would like by a vowel. An E.
There is no E. Wow. John, it's your turn.
That's it.
900. L. 1 L.
As my vowel?
Yes. O. Yep, there's an O, the last of the vowels. Hold your breath. Oh boy, the wheel gotcha. And Sandy, a break for you. What are you going to do?
Here you go.
$6.50.
R.
1 R.
Pat, I'd like to solve
We wish you would.
sandals and shorts.
Yeah, that's it.
All right.
Hi, how you doing?
I'm good. I'm good.
And what else would you wear if you were going to Oahu? I mean, Hey, Sandy, grow your vocabulary with Mahi Mahi as you retreat to the land of aloha and indulge in laid-back luxury at Waikiki's best-kept secret, the Lalo Autograph Collection. A secluded oasis where mid-century modern style meets Hawaiian charm. Visit LaloWaikiki.com. $7,666. Well, that score looks a little nicer, huh? $10,266 is still in second place, but that's certainly you can move up from that. We'll see what happens when we come back. We have our triple. We'll tell you more about that when we come back.
Have you always had trouble losing weight when keeping
some lost over 46 pounds.
And I'm keeping the weight off.
Wegovy helps you lose weight and keep it off. I'm reducing my risk. Wegovy is the only FDA-approved weight management proven to reduce risk of major cardiovascular events in adults with known heart disease and with either obesity or overweight. Wegovy shouldn't be used with semaglutide or GLP-1 medicines. Don't take Wegovy if you or your family have medullary thyroid cancer, multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2, or if you're allergic to it. Stop Wegovy and get medical help right away if you get a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, or an allergic reaction. Serious side effects may happen, including pancreatitis and gallbladder problems. Wegovy may cause low blood sugar in people with diabetes, especially if you take medicines to treat diabetes. Tell your provider about vision problems or changes, or if you feel your heart racing while at rest. Depression or thoughts of suicide may occur. Call your provider right away if you have any mental changes. Common side effects like nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea may lead to dehydration, which may cause kidney problems.
With Wegovy,
I'm losing weight.
I'm keeping it off.
And I'm lowering my CV risk. That's the power of winning.
Check your cost and coverage before talking to your healthcare professional about Wegovy.
If you have wet AMD, you never want to lose sight of the things you love. Some things should stay. Hair redness or allergies to Eylea HD, don't use.
Of course, that is something we also hope for, that people are heeding these warnings. And looking ahead to tonight, what are your biggest concerns for citizens to stay safe this evening and tomorrow?
Knowing it's only going to be a category 1 and at the very best a strong category 1. After the storm passes, we don't want people out sightseeing. There'll be power lines down. And then, of course, if you're operating a generator because you lost power, doing it safely. It's senseless for us to lose life for things after a storm because of carbon dioxide or going outside, getting hit by debris, or because power lines are down, electrocuting yourself. So the key is to keep people in the house until the emergency crews got a chance to make it safe after the storm. It looks like those winds won't be as high as projected originally, so hopefully we won't have a lot of major damage, and they can get the roads cleared quickly and get people back out.
Thank you so much, Lieutenant Governor of Louisiana, Billy Numsgenser, for joining us. We're going to check back in with you, hopefully, as we continue to follow this storm on through.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, we're going to go to Damien right now, where you're tracking the future of this storm.
That's right, Bree, and he had some good advice right there. But again, throughout the next couple of hours, landfall is going to happen here in about the next 3 to 4 hours. We're watching this very carefully as this continues to drift its way. Storm surge and flooding rainfall is going to be the primary risk. Here's the projected rainfall. We can see some areas over a foot, possibly even 2 feet of total rainfall here over the next 24 hours. So here's the eye walls pack. It does look like it is going to intensify to a category 2 as it makes landfall here in the next couple of hours. And your AccuWeather exclusive impacts here for us as we head into this evening. We are up to a high on our scale. This takes into account more than just the wind speeds that the Saffir-Simpson scale does. This has everything on there from flooding and also that wind speed. So we are going to be primarily tracking that flooding rainfall threat and that storm surge threat here as we head into this evening. We'll be watching out for that. The rainfall totals as high as 24 inches, 2 feet. We'll track that and we'll have more updates coming up.
Hi, I'm Kate Courtley, and welcome to the Ford Patriots Buy One, Get One Solar Generator event. Claim the Patriot Power Generator 2000X, and you'll get a free Patriot Power Sidekick with 2 free solar panels. These are 2 of Ford Patriot's newest silent, view-free solar generators that can power your fridge, TV, and critical devices without ever needing gas. Every American should have the peace of mind that comes from having backup power. Visit FordPatriots.com to secure your free generator and solar panels now.
What is circle?
Andy.
S.
One S. Around the house. Julie.
L.
One L. John.
N.
No N. Sandy.
B.
Two B's.
I'd like to
Yeah,
solve
do it.
breakfast table.
You got it. Hey, Dr. Nappy, are you the winner? So, from third to first, just like that, $4,800 out of that. She was a big winner, $15,066. So, you stay right here, okay? John, you have a great night. That's a terrific trip, that Vietnam trip. You got some money in as well. A lot of it left. $13,390. Thank you very much for getting in.
Is that are color coded. So phase one across the southern parishes of Louisiana would be evacuations 50 hours before tropical storm force winds. The orange phase two would be 40 hours before the tropical storm force winds, and phase three in the yellow is 30 hours before tropical storm winds. So it gives you an idea just about how officials in Louisiana go about the evacuations. We're looking at several of the evacuation zones ahead here of Hurricane Francine, including Cameron, including New Iberia, including Brandon. And where you will go is very important too, because you also want to be headed where you think maybe a little bit safer, maybe that be farther north, farther west, areas that could still get big impacts from Francine. And if a mandatory evacuation is issued, then evacuate. But there's plenty of people that become reluctant to evacuate, whether that's lack of money or transportation, maybe a disability or a language barrier, or even just past experiences with hurricanes. Some other reasons why people could be reluctant to evacuate when it comes to hurricanes is they're following what the rest of the crowd is doing. Maybe there's a fear of their home being broken into, and a lot of people don't want to leave their pets behind. And if you're heading to a place that doesn't take your pets, that can be a reason people don't evacuate. But if you are evacuating with your pets, of course, reminding several things to bring. Things like documents and records can be very important. You may need those wherever you evacuate. And of course, things to pack for yourself ahead of the hurricane evacuation.
Discover the precision and power of a DR trimmed precisely without arm fatigue.
What meets the eye, like contact lenses, top-notch eye exams, expert opticians, and affordable prices. Visit one of our hundreds of stores around the country.
I was drowning in debt.
I had over $36,000 in debt. If I would have just made the minimum payments, it would have taken me 59 years. Pay off.
National Debt Relief can significantly reduce the amount you owe.
National Debt Relief reduced my debt by over $27,000.
With National Debt Relief, you have a powerful team that knows how to talk to your creditors.
National Debt Relief, they got me out of debt. Call or visit nationaldebtrelief.com to get started.
Boy, we had a good tight match, and look who came out on top with over $15,000. Who's the audience?
My husband, Frank.
All right, nice wave from Frank, and now we'll ask you to give it a nice spin.
Okay.
This season, $37,000 is the minimum cash amount in honor of season 37, so a lot of good stuff out there. Thank you very much. And if I may, I'm going to ask you to head down this way and stop at this first mark. And we hope you solve this puzzle. You chose place. Place. R-S-T-L-N-E. The first and last. We need to fill in more than that. 3 more consonants. 1 more vowel.
M.
1.
H.
2.
B.
And a vowel.
O.
Place is the category. You have 10 seconds to try to work it out.
Rooming, office?
Yeah, that's it. You always did it, my dear. What do you got? You have $7,000.
This will take your stress away. $37,000.
Well, her night turned around suddenly, didn't it? $52,066. Well, just the second week of our 37th season. That's weird to say, isn't it?
Isn't it?
Amazing. I guess the big new element this year is the triple toss-up. I like it. It's
I
kind of
like
fun.
it so much.
And we have the new slogan, which actually Nana came up with, and people seem to be responding all around.
What's that?
Wheel of Fortune is a really good game.
Right.
Spent the summer working on that one. And you'll see tomorrow for more interesting stuff. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Healthy blood pressure, circulation, and heart-healthy energy. The clinically studied grapeseed extract in our heart cheese even helps promote normal blood pressure nearly 2 times more effectively than diet or exercise alone. When you choose Super Beets, you are choosing a scientifically developed and plant-based way. Get started at superbeets.com.
Wind, storm surge, the whole shebang is moving into Louisiana here as we head throughout the next 12 to 24 hours. Landfall is just a couple. It is intensifying right now at Category 1, but it does look like it could intensify to a Category 2 as it makes landfall, Bree.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining us during this special edition of AccuWeather Ahead. I'm Bree Guy, and we are tracking that storm as it continues to move north.
That's right. Right now, Category 1, maintaining miles an hour, wind speeds. The threshold to beat for the Category 2, 96. So it does look like it is going to meet that as it makes its way on land.
Yeah, and as we continue to watch this storm, it's moving rather quickly here, Damien. We're going to dive into that in just a bit. But we have already been seeing the impacts from Francine from this morning. And this is from Texas. Here's a look at the flooding on South Padre Island. Now, this is in Louisiana. We saw folks trapping sandbags, gassing up their vehicles, and even leaving town as Francine gets closer to land.
That's right. A state of emergency has been declared in Louisiana ahead of Hurricane Francine's arrival. Francine is expected to bring a significant risk to lives and property from flooding and high winds to several states over the next couple of days.
And we have crews scattered across the Gulf Coast as we continue to track Hurricane Francine. This includes AccuWeather reporters and storm chasers bringing you on-the-ground reports as the storm inches closer to landfall, which is very soon, we are predicting. Now, I want to throw things over to storm chaser Aaron Rigsby, who is live from Duloc, Louisiana, where we're seeing already some pretty high water levels.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. This right here behind me, this is some of the water that's been left behind in some of the outer bands related to Francine. Now, you can see here, this is actually part of a tree that just got knocked down almost immediately after I had pulled up here. From those gusty outer bands, we've seen gusts about 40 to 45 miles an hour, occasionally higher, and conditions are only going to continue to deteriorate over the next couple of hours. I'm going to pan over here and you can actually see several more small branches kind of blocking the left lanes of this main route in and out of Duval. I've seen a lot of people leaving, especially earlier this morning, so this area is taking very seriously, especially given how many hurricanes have hit this area in the last 5 years.
Now, Aaron, can we talk about the tornado threat as we head throughout this afternoon? Are you keeping a close eye on that situation? I know that you are down in Duloc right now, but are you planning on moving anywhere else?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm approaching this hurricane a little bit differently than sometimes I do before. This one I'm going to try and actually follow the inner eye wall as it moves inland. A lot of these marsh areas, it takes a lot longer than we typically see a little bit further east into Florida, Mississippi, and Alabama for these hurricanes to weaken. Now, something that I'm going to add is that it looks a little bit similar to what we saw with Hurricane Beryl in regards to the tornado threat, with that dry air pushing into the eastern quadrant of that hurricane, and that's typically when we see those higher numbers of tornadoes that we typically see with other hurricanes, and sometimes those can potentially be significant as well. So I'm going to be moving north with it and trying to get as far east as possible to keep up with the potentially tornadic storms that are going to be pushing onshore into the overnight hours.
Yeah, carefully watching that dry air mixing in, and we are concerned about that severe weather threat here as we head into the night. Thank you so much for joining us here, Aaron Ritchie. We'll, of course, continue to check back in with you as we get through this storm. I'm going to take you to Baton Rouge, though, now, where it's wet, to say the least. That's the best way to describe it. But if we get a little bit more into the nitty-gritty, Baton Rouge, we are anticipating some very heavy rainfall here over the next day or so. And I do want to take us out to rain. I want to start us off right away. And I want to start us off with the lightning on, because we are tracking those bands moving onshore. And that is an indication that this storm is strengthening, first off, but also that it's still moving further north and that we could have some spinners. We've already seen tornado warnings go out right near Black Mine County, Louisiana. That's when we saw some of that heaviest rain as well, but it's moving pretty fast. If we take a look out at the current positioning here of Francine, you can kind of see that it's continued to just chug along, staying here on the course, moving northeast, but it's moving a little faster now at about 16 miles per hour. And you'll note that those sustained winds are at 90 miles per hour, so this is a pretty strong Category 1 hurricane, and we're already starting to see those impacts, especially when it comes to the winds. Let's take a look at those wind gusts right now, because we've seen some pretty impressive ones here offshore, of course. Eugene Island at 112 miles per hour. Now, we do have a tornado watch in effect that does include southeastern Louisiana, but you'll see a lot of big names that we've been mentioning here throughout the afternoon. New Orleans, Yuma, Biloxi. We are tracking that chance for spin-ups, and we've already started to see some indications of rotation, but no alerts out here now. And this storm, you have to remember that it's been taking its favorable environment and traveling with it, and so it does have still some mitigating factors here. So either way, if it makes landfall as a Category 1, a strong Category 1, or a rolling Category 2 hurricane, we are still anticipating still some heavier rain and already seeing those gusty winds. So there's really not a lot of it that's fighting, but it is moving pretty fast. I think it's moving too fast for its own good. Of course, that is good news for us, especially when it comes to the flooding threat here. But look at how much moisture we are anticipating this storm to drop. Again, we're looking at that moisture content, how much water the atmosphere is holding and wants to unleash on the ground. And when we get to those deep dark maroons, if you look at our legend there, that is the most moisture that we can get to, and we have plenty of it that's going to be swung north across the central states. And it's going to move even further north as well. I'm going to toss that over to Damien, though, because he is going to be tracking those future impacts on Francine.
And plenty of rainfall due to the primary risk throughout the next couple of hours, so we will be tracking this very carefully. Here's the latest last 3 hours satellite radar loop. You can see that Francine is continuing to trek its way up to the north. The good news is it has picked up forward momentum. That means that the speed is increasing as it moves to the north. That's a good thing and a bad thing. The good thing is that limits the flooding, because the faster these things move, the less time that rainfall is happening over the same area. So that prevents or limits the flooding potential, but as it continues to pick up forward momentum and speed, that does increase the tornado probability here, especially on that first initial band moving onshore. That's why we have a tornado watch.
watch in effect right now as we head into this evening and into tonight. So the latest projection on the iPad right now is maintaining as a category 1, 90 mile per hour winds. For category 2, just needs to increase to 96 miles an hour. So it's got 4 hours to do that before it makes landfall. So it does look like it is going to intensify just enough to make landfall as a category 2 hurricane here as we head into the next couple of hours. And here's the latest on the impacts here. Even some isolated tornadoes. It takes into account flash flooding and dangerous speed. And right now, has wind speed. That's all that they take into account for those. Now, for the AccuWeather one, we take into account how much rainfall could be. So flooding is included. Storm surge is included, which is very dangerous. And also the economic damage and even loss, because we were talking with the governor, the lieutenant governor of Louisiana earlier, and he was talking about things like that, like power here as we head into this evening. Here's the rainfall projections, and there's this little bullseye right there. Some areas can see our AccuWeather local storm max up to 2 feet of total rainfall. And here's the projected path, 8 a.m. This is early Thursday morning, and then by early Friday morning, that is going to be making its way up the Mississippi. So it is going to be moving a lot faster here as it makes its way onshore, and then the jet stream is going to catch it and push it off to the north. So here's the estimated rainfall totals here as we head into the weekend. Once again, our AccuWeather local storm max is up to 18 to 24 inches, so up to 2 feet. You can see that corridor right there, pretty much along the Mississippi. We'll still see some widespread river flooding as we head into the weekend, so heads up. It's going to be a very impactful storm as we head into the weekend. Peak wind gusts over 100 miles an hour here for us, so those are the wind gusts. I talked about the sustained wind, 90 to 100 miles an hour, but it's going to be those strong and damaging wind gusts as they make their way onshore. That's going to be one of the primary risks we're tracking as well, in addition to the flooding rainfall and the storm surge. It's going to be a very impactful storm that makes its way onshore here over the next couple of hours. So for anything wind gusts, once again, we can see winds gusting up to 130 miles an hour. AccuWeather has been proven to be the most accurate source of weather forecast and warnings. We have saved thousands of lives and prevented tens of billions of dollars in damage. Help protect your family and keep them safe. You can download our AccuWeather app today.
I recently helped a couple buy their dream home even before selling their current one. HomeLight's Buy Before You Sell program was a game changer. They were able to buy and sell on their own schedule. It was so easy and they were thrilled.
There are a lot of reasons life insurance has been at the bottom of your to-do list. Fabric by Gerber Life is life insurance you can get from your couch in under 10 minutes for less than $1 a day. So get a free quote right now at meetfabric.com/TV.
Is the glass half full? Half empty? With Aquasana, you can't let you worry about moisture removal. Water's healthier, cleaner.
It's gone.
Now up to 50% off at aquasana.com.
There's an easier way to bank and get up to $500 in 5 minutes or less when you download Dave.
When things go sideways, will you be prepared? I want to introduce you to the Patriot Power Generator 2000X. Use the endless free power of the sun to power lights, your TV, medical equipment, even run your fridge. And that's without gas, fumes, or noise. Go to 4patriots.com. You'll get a solar panel included free. Double the capacity, expandable for more power, and more outlets than ever. This is about peace of mind. Get your solar generator and free panel at 4patriots.com.
We were wondering if anything happened to us.
We want you to take the kids.
Doesn't count. What you need is a will, something you can sign and make it official. Start your will at trustandwill.com and make it count.
Now, the forecast from around the country.
baseball today. Oh, that's great.
What position did you play?
First base. That's what my grandpa used to play. When our hearing wouldn't allow us to use a regular phone, it made us feel isolated.
It became difficult to communicate with our friends and family.
Clear captions was an easy solution for us.
Clear Captions provides captions on a phone, like captioning on your TV, so you can see what the caller is saying live as
Making it easy to understand and respond immediately.
there is no insurance or Medicare required. Clear Captions service is provided at no cost to you through a federally funded program. We deliver, install, and train you on how to use your phone, all at no cost to you.
Give your loved ones the independence and connection they deserve.
Call now to see if you qualify to get a Clear Captions phone at no cost to you. Call 1-800-451-2912. That's 1-800-451-2912.
Thank you so much for joining us here on the special edition of AccuWeather Ahead. I'm Linda.
And I'm Danny Miller.
We're continuing to keep an eye on Francine. All eyes are on this topic as the storm continues to barrel down.
That's right. Here's some video right now from one of our storm chasers. This is from Brandon Commit as New Orleans started to get rain from Francine. This is on Tuesday yesterday. This morning, we're hearing from Louisiana residents bracing for serious impact from the storm.
I'm literally, my house is up and the lake is way down off of Blue Bonnet. So I'm not as concerned with the flooding. I know it impacts the area itself, but not my personal area. I do have a canoe on my lake, but I do not plan on venturing out if we're flooded. So we went and stocked up on dry food. You know, I have some noodles and bought some charcoal, bought some water. I have hot plates, have a generator, so we'll be able to survive for as long as we need to on all those things, sandwiches and cereal and that type of stuff.
Hurricane warnings remain in effect ahead of Francine's expected landfall later today. Those clouds hanging low, we have plenty of moisture here, and joining me right now is AccuWeather Chief Meteorologist John Porter. John, thank you so much for joining us. We're already starting to track that heavy rain pushing on shore, but also that threat of severe weather.
That's right, Bree. Our team of over 100 expert meteorologists and hurricane experts are monitoring this minute by minute. A couple of new pieces of information. One is we've been watching these initial rain bands now making their way into the New Orleans metro area with some heavy rain and also an embedded tornado risk. And our severe weather experts that we just spoke with in our Wichita Severe Weather Center feel that any of these rain bands can produce those quick spin-up tornadoes. So be very leery of that and move to shelter immediately if the community receives a tornado warning. We're also watching the center of circulation now just hours away from the southern coast of Louisiana. Still quite a few lightning strikes with this, so the storm is maintaining its intensity very close to a Category 2 hurricane.
And we just have a few more miles per hour to go to classify as that. So we are keeping a close eye on this. We have already seen tornado warnings out, but we've been keeping tabs on a few specific areas, one of those areas being at New Orleans.
Our experts continue to be very concerned about the setup in the New Orleans area. And what we want to point out about this is it may only be a 4 or 5 hour period of very intense rain and wind and the tornado risk there in New Orleans. But this storm is going to be extremely impactful there with wind gusts of 60 to 80 miles per hour. Could be a bit higher as well than that. And this can result in significant and long-lasting power outages across the New Orleans area. Add to that the flooded rainfall of 4 to 8 inches and that storm surge of 4 to 6 feet in near Lake Pontchartrain. So a wide variety of life-threatening hazards. And again, you want to be where you're going to safely ride out the storm here because conditions are going to rapidly deteriorate after 5 p.m. Central Time through perhaps about 10 or 11 might be the peak of the storm. So that's going to be an important thing there. And also in Baton Rouge, same concerns about the wind, heavy rainfall, and power outage concerns. And remember, when the wind gets this strong, you want to be in the interior part of your home to be safest.
And John, and we're continuing to track that threat for severe weather. And this is the zone that we are looking at closely. And we've already seen some indications of that potential for rotation.
We have, and the tornado risk is going to continue to elevate. I think, Bree, the thing that really stands out about this is look at how far north this is into much of the southern part of Mississippi, also southern Alabama, and all the way east to I-10 of the Florida Panhandle. So the concern about tornadoes will be a wide area well outside of the track of the storm.
And you mentioned that track, it's continuing to move north, and we still have a ways to go with this storm, even after it makes landfall.
Very important point. This storm is going to continue to be a threat for days to come. Look, it slows down as it starts traversing to the north. It's kind of running into an atmospheric traffic jam, so that's going to result in persistent downpours over the same areas, flooding concerns across parts of Mississippi, all the way up into Arkansas, Tennessee. And we have concerns as well that some of the wind gusts can be quite strong, 40 to 50 miles per hour, all the way up into parts of Tennessee, possibly near Memphis. So power outages continue to be a concern, as well as localized tornadoes. A great time to download the AccuWeather app and turn on push notifications so you get those warnings for your community.
AccuWeather Chief Meteorologist John Porter, thank you again for joining us. Of course, we're going to continue to check back in with you as we get through this storm.
Good to be with you.
All right, let's switch gears. So not really switching gears too far. We're going to go over to the future of this storm and those impacts, Damien.
That's right. As you take a live look right now, Jackson, Mississippi, you have some wet roads out there, but the worst is on its way there for Jackson, Mississippi, and pretty much all of central and southern parts of the state. So it's going to get right into the lanes here. These are the impacts you need to know about here as Francine comes on shore here as we head throughout this afternoon, this evening, and pretty much into the weekend on our AccuWeather real impact scale. Here for southern parts of Louisiana, it's as high. It's high and high. Well, in addition to that, look at this giant area of the orange. That is a moderate scale. This doesn't just take into account wind speeds like the Saffir-Simpson scale does, but this takes into account, in addition to wind speed, it takes into account things like flooding rainfall, storm surge, damage, and loss. So for our AccuWeather real impact scale, for the southern coast of Louisiana here as Francine takes landfall, and over the last 3 hours, you can start to see, they were talking about those outer bands. Now, these outer bands make their way onshore. That's when you're going to see the highest potential for tornadoes. John was talking about those quick spin-ups. We call those QLCS tornadoes, and those can be dangerous because they spin up so fast, they can actually spin up, produce a tornado, and then dissipate. By the time the radar sweeps around, a lot of these we don't even get a chance to catch because they happen so quickly. So take that into account as we head throughout this afternoon, this evening, and as we head into tonight, because there will be some dangerous conditions here because of Francine as we head throughout the next couple of days. Here's projected iPad. We're going to continue to track that. We'll have some more updates, and you can download our free AccuWeather app to keep you up to date. We'll have more right after the break.
Whether you're a professional driver or just a fan, vehicle breakdowns are costly.
It started tugging.
Sure, it makes really weird noises. The last thing I remember is just the engine.
If your check engine light comes on tomorrow, the repair could easily cost
out,
come on.
It's an exhaust leak.
But with Endurance, you could never pay out of pocket for a costly repair again.
They covered a $14,000 engine replacement.
I had a seat sensor that went out, $1,400. Endurance paid it. You got a brand new transmission, and we never seen the repair bill.
Use any certified mechanic you want. Just bring your car in, and Endurance will pay them direct. All major parts are covered.
What I like about Endurance, they don't play games, there's no middleman. They're a solid company.
If I didn't have Endurance, I would have paid over $7,000 out of pocket to repair my vehicle. Something is going to break down. Make Endurance pay for it.
With Endurance, your car repair costs go way down, while your car's life expectancy goes way up.
Or Endurance.
Whether you put 10,000 or 100,000 miles a year on your car, if it's less than 20 years old, Endurance has you covered with unlimited miles. Plus, your plan covers 24/7 roadside assistance anywhere in the country. Call right now to get $300 off any plan, plus a full year of our top-tier elite benefits, a $2,000 value free. And all Endurance plans come with a 30-day money-back guarantee, but you have to act now.
Call 1-866-971-3413. That's 1-866-971-3413.
And
early. I'm Ariella Scalise. We're talking about the history with hurricane names because it was since 1953 that Atlantic tropical storms have been named from lists originated by the National Hurricane Center, but they're now maintained and updated through a very strict procedure by the International Committee of the World Meteorological Organization. 6 years, and the only time that there is a change in the list if the storm is so deadly or so costly that the future use of its name would be very difficult for folks. So for that reason, you'll sometimes see switches in the list here, and that happened this year. So the first time that using seen 2024. The list from 2018. So you'll notice the first 5 storms are all the same, but Francine is now replacing Florence, a storm that was retired. There was also another retired storm from the year of 2018, and that would be Hurricane Michael as it made landfall in Florida and continued to impact into Georgia and through the Carolinas. So when you look at this year's list of names, you won't see a Michael on that list. The M-name storm is now Milton. So shows you just that this year that can go every 6 years and those storms that do get retired. Other retired F-name storms, you may remember Fiona back in 2022. I mentioned Florence, and I know storms that have a lot of history, Hurricane Floyd and Hurricane Frank. I'll be right back after the break.
Nothing stops a DR field and brush mower. Thick grass and weeds, out of control brush, even 3-inch thick trees are no match for America's favorite brush mower. Lock it in and rip it up. Get a DR field and brush mower and get the job done right.
Shop the sale today. All DR Field and Brush Mower models are now on sale, and free shipping is in effect. Hurry, this offer won't last. That's drfieldbrush.com.
What is Circle? Circle's the fuel you need to take flight. Circle is your frosted treat with a sweet kick of confidence. Circle is the energy that gets you to the next level. Circle is what you hope for when life tosses lemons your way. Circle is your gateway back home. So what is Circle? It's your water, your way. Circle, available at Walmart and drinkcircle.com.
Finished my chores. Ready for my allowance.
Good. Way better than how I got paid for chores. Only one of those lawns really paid off.
That was not radical.
Bring your family into the financial future.
Waterline room, replacement kit costs thousands. Not covered by homeowner's insurance.
Honey, wake up. Here's Tom Wilson, CEO of HomeServe.
A plan from HomeServe pays for the covered repair costs for water lines, and you send a qualified contractor. The American dream of owning a home doesn't need to be a nightmare. Sleep well with HomeServe.
Plans from HomeServe start at just $7.99 a month.
Call 1-800-324-0163.
I think we need a bigger yard.
On our credit?
Credit Karma can show us how to improve our credit for free. Then we can get a bigger yard.
Intuit Credit Karma. Download the app today.
Now, the forecast from around the country.
What does the world's most trusted dog expert feed his own dogs?
Dog longevity secret.
Star Whisper series or my other TV shows. I'm going to tell you about the exciting scientific breakthrough that can help increase your dog's health span.
Most store-bought dog food is baked at extreme temperatures that can destroy nutrients.
I feel certain what's harming our pets in this country is the highly processed dog food.
That's why Caesar relies on renowned veterinarian Dr. Marty's life-changing discovery, Nature's Blend. Unlike kibble, Nature's Blend is freeze-dried, so no sketchy ingredients, just real food like turkey, beef, salmon, broccoli, and blueberries. And unlike those expensive plastic pouches, Nature's Blend is no hassle and no mess.
This food is a big part of livestock on my ranch are so remarkably vital.
Now you can try Dr. Marty Nature's Blend risk-free for 90 days. Call or go to getdrmarty.com. And for a limited time, get up to 54% off with Caesar's special offer. Don't miss out. Call or click now.
This city is taking this storm very seriously.
Up to date, everything's going around this weather. During the storm and after the storm, we want you to stay put. We want people to stay inside. We are prepared and we're resilient.
I'm intensifying all the way to the coast.
Alright, here's a live look at Louisville, Louisiana, which is not far from the Gulf of Mexico. The state of Louisiana is bracing for another strong hurricane as Francine moves closer to land. And thank you so much for joining us here on this special edition of AccuWeather Ahead. I'm Brie Guy.
And I'm Damian Lewis. Let's get right into the latest here for us, Brie.
Yeah, we are continuing to monitor this storm, a strong Category 1 storm. Still has that chance. It's starting to get those ingredients, and you can see that strengthening to a Category 2 by the time this makes landfall.
Yes, the environment just to the north of Francine right now is very favorable for intensification. That's exactly what we're seeing. It does look like that's going to be the case here. It does look like it's going to make landfall as a strong Category 2 hurricane.
Yeah, and we have been tracking this since early today, and this morning we were already of Francine, and we saw that impact in Texas. And South Padre Island, Louisiana, we saw folks up in Canada, down their vehicles, and even leaving town as Francine gets closer to land.
A state of emergency has been declared in Louisiana ahead of Hurricane Francine's arrival. 24 hours in advance, the National Hurricane Center and all other main sources accurately issued every symptom forecast for a possible rainstorm after information it would intensify to a hurricane ahead of impacting the South Coast this week. Our goal is to provide the most advanced notice so you can make the best decisions for you and your family.
And we have crews here scattered across the Gulf Coast as we continue to track Hurricane Francine, giving you live reports, live updates here as this storm gets closer and closer to a landfall. Let's go out to a radar right now as we continue to monitor this storm. Of course, it's juiced up. It has a lot of rain with it, but it's moving a little fast. But like we've been mentioning, the environment north of Francine is very favorable here for severe weather or at least some strong storms. You can tell that here not just by the lightning, but that's certainly an indicator that the atmosphere is charged up and ready to go right in these zones. Now, where we're tracking that threat for tornadoes does extend right through New Orleans, Yuma, and also further east. Now, on top of this, we don't really have any alerts out now, but we did have alerts out earlier. We even had a tornado warning earlier, so there has been some indication that there is rotation, but this storm, all in all, sending that monster further north. Let's take a look at the current positioning here of Hurricane Francine. You can see a lot of convection there bubbling up, especially as it was sitting there out on the Gulf, but it's getting closer. You can tell by its progression, and now it's really at northeast at 17 miles per hour, so it's actually gathering a little bit of that steam. Those sustained winds at 90 miles per hour, so this is a strong Category 1 hurricane, just a few miles per hour shy of being a Category 2 hurricane. Now, we've already seen evacuations place. We do have those across southern Louisiana, so hopefully people taking heed. But where we are expecting some of those bigger impacts for folks who maybe are hunkering down, that threat is very real, especially when it comes to that tornado threat and also that high wind threat. And even just a while ago, we were looking at winds as high as 100 miles per hour over there. Once 12 in Eugene Island. Now they've stopped a little bit here as this storm has moved closer to land and it's kind of interacting with this environment. Eugene Island here going to be impacting or going to be impacted here over the next few hours as this storm continues to get going. Now that's why we have tropical alerts out for this entire zone. You'll note here that we have the hurricane warning in effect, so you're seeing the red, but also in the surrounding areas, those tropical storm warnings are in effect. So we're covering a large zone, and we have about 11 or over 12 million people under some type of an alert. And on top of that, we have that tornado watch here in effect that goes until 11 p.m. Central Time. So even when the sun goes down, and that's what makes these storms even more dangerous, because they're even harder to see. But not going to be surprised, especially there closer towards the coast. Check this out. I mean, we are pushing that weak wind here. There's really not much holding the storm back in that regard. Though, as we get closer, we're going to start to see some of that instability interact with this. So, on the contrary, you do need a high wind shear here, isolated in this event for tornadic activity. Now, through the Gulf of Mexico, it has been pretty warm, so this storm also has that going for it. It is hot out there in the Gulf in terms of temperatures, we're running well above our historical averages. And with that, we want to take things over to storm chaser Aaron Zajac, who is live from Duloc, Louisiana.
How's it going, Bree? So we are starting to feel the environment here degrade. The wind is really starting to pick up over the next hour. We've got this good tropical storm force hitting this area here around Duloc, Louisiana, which is south of Pullman, Louisiana. Right on the coast, basically about as far south as you can go. And I'm running a lot of in this area on my way down to the coast. And it's not from the storm surge yet, it's just from all the rain. We've had a ton of rain falling all night, all morning, and all afternoon. And I'm actually not finding myself in a little bit of a dry spot, a little bit of a reprieve from the rain before that inner eyewall of the hurricane begins to come on shore here over the next 1 to 2 hours. So I expect our conditions to continue to degrade here. We've got those strong winds in place now, and you still got power in this area, but probably that power won't be on for much longer. So if you still not have your phones or batteries or things of that nature charged, it's time to still get those, there's still a little bit of time to get them start charged and prepare for possibly several days of no power in this area along the Louisiana coast.
And that is so important. Such a hard point to hit is that we only have a little bit more time. So now is the time, if you haven't evacuated, we did show you those phases to get out of harm's way. Now, Aaron, I know it's in the very name, storm chaser. We are tracking a lot of strong storm instability there further north on shore. Are you going to be moving anywhere later today?
Yeah, I want to track the storm for as long as I can. Possibly moving to the east. I'm actually not concerned about the tornado threat on the eastern side of the storm, closer to New Orleans and points to the east, coming into Gulfport, Mississippi. We could see some dramatic activity there. But, you know, the storm's been battling dry air for the last 24 to 36 hours. But it's not dry air. You know, it may inhibit the storm, the hurricane from getting strong, but it does pick up that tornado threat. It does make the tornado threat a little bit more severe on the eastern side of the storm with that rotation of the storm, the dry air coming through, and lots of moisture to the north at the surface for the storm to really tap into. You know, besides those tornadoes, it's also going to probably be some inland flooding over the next 1 to 2 days as the storm moves off to the northeast across the United States.
Thanks. Storm chaser Aaron Zajac. Thank you so much for joining us here again, and we appreciate you continuing to check in with us. We're going to continue to check in with you for sure as you are live there on the ground. Stay safe as we head throughout the storm. We're going to take you out to Louisiana. Getting there, it's already wet.
That's right, heavy rainfall continues. Floodway goes into the primary risk here as we head throughout this evening in the inland areas. Along the coast, it's going to be the strong winds, the flooding rainfall, and the storm surge we're tracking. But as we've been talking about, as this storm continues to push its way to the north, the very outer bands there on the eastern side of the storm will be capable of producing some of the six tornadoes. So yes, there will be a tornado threat, which is why we have that tornado watch in effect until 11 o'clock local time as we head into this evening. So yes, it's going to be a light storm with that future track radar. As well as that planting is going to make landfall between 5 to 6 p.m. Eastern time, 4 to 5 p.m. Northwest Central time. That's what we're watching out for here as we head throughout this afternoon and into this evening. So once we're into all that heavy flooding rainfall from New Orleans all the way to Baton Rouge, Lafayette, as well as we tune out a little bit, it looks like the entire eye is going to be making its way on shore by about 9 o'clock Eastern time. And then after that, as it continues to work its way to the north, this is 6 to 7 a.m. Eastern time on Thursday morning. We're going to see that overall severe threat starting to diminish, but overall, I mean, look at this band, this heavy wall of water flooding continuing there. Pretty much up the entire Mississippi River is going throughout the next 24 to 48 hours. This Thursday afternoon, this is when the storm starts to slow down. The forward momentum of this storm is going to slowly start to slow down. And when that happens, that's really going to increase the risk of flash flooding from Little Rock, St. Louis, southern parts of Missouri. We're going to see some devastating flooding possible here as we head in throughout your Thursday. Even in the early parts of Friday morning, we're going to continue to track this. You can download our AccuWeather app for the latest. We'll have more AccuWeather ahead coming up.
Hi, I'm Kate, and this is my story. I was born with osteogenesis imperfecta or brittle bone disease. I have broken my bones over 200 times, and I have had 11 surgeries. But I didn't let that stop me. I learned to bike ride, climb, race, and I'm learning how to stand and walk. But I can only do all of this because of generous people like you and Trinity Hospitals for Children.
Because of people like you, Shriners Hospitals for Children has helped more than 1.3 million kids just like me, regardless of their family's ability to pay.
Shriners Hospitals for Children is only able to provide this world-class, life-changing medical care because of the generous gifts of people just like you.
Because of you, I can ride my bike. I can play basketball.
Because of people like you, I can run.
I can swim.
Will you send your love to the rescue today?
When you go to loveshriners.org right now and give just 63 cents a day, you're helping kids just like me.
Like me. Like me. When you give today, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a thank you, and a reminder of the love you gave to kids just like me.
Your gift, no matter how small, can help a child today.
This is your moment to make a difference.
When you let your go, show you how to help them and call to do. You're helping kids like me. Thank you. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Please call or go online now. If operators are busy, please call again or give right away at loveshriners.org.
Your gift makes a difference. Thank you for giving.
Now, the forecast from around the country.
advanced forecasting technology in the world. Watch AccuWeather, the proven leader in weather forecasting.
Journey through time and around the world, discovering the fascinating and impactful ways climate and weather shape history.
That was a very important forecast.
Invisible Iceberg, Mondays and Thursdays, 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern, only on AccuWeather.
I'm certain it's level 5.
Are you for infants?
Certainty matters. 4imprint is your home for promo gear to wow clients and inspire your team. Check out 4imprint.com. 4imprint for certain.
You were hired to be a maintenance manager, but everyone knows you as a problem solver. We know who to call to help keep your operation running. Grainger has over 1 million products, including the one you need now. Call with Grainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Well, thank you so much for joining us during this special edition of AccuWeather Ahead. We are continuing to track Francine, monitoring this storm, already producing some pretty impressive wind gusts reported there offshore.
Over 100-mile-an-hour wind gusts reported at 2 separate locations. Right now, it's tracking as a Category 1. It could intensify. It does look like it is going to intensify to a Category 2 by the time it makes landfall as we head into the next couple of hours.
And this is video from storm chaser Brandon Clement. This was taken in New Orleans from Francine on Tuesday. Governor Jeff Landry has a message for residents as Francine is set to bring dangerous impacts to the state.
The problem here in Louisiana is that after you've been through 4 or 5 categories, 4 or 5 storms, you tend to think that, a Category 1 or Category 2 is maybe akin to, say, a thunderstorm. We had a number of tornadic activity in the earlier part of the year, and so people were just, they just adjusted to it. We want them to stay vigilant. We want them to be prepared. Maybe my hope is that they're not being lackadaisy about it, but that they feel that they are prepared for it. So again, you can always go over your list and check it twice and be prepared. And again, I would remind citizens out there that during the storm and after the storm, we want you to stay put, because again, you're on our first responders and those utility companies that are out there trying to make sure that the services that you need are put back in place as quickly as possible.
Hurricane warnings remain in effect ahead of Francine's expected landfall coming up here pretty soon. And joining us right now is AccuWeather lead hurricane expert Alex Da Silva. Alex, thank you so much for continuing to check back in with us. Now, current positioning on the storm, we were just talking about this. It's tracking north. It's moving a little faster too.
It certainly is, and now we're under 70 miles away from the Louisiana coastline. Landfall is just a couple hours away, so if you live in those southern parishes of Louisiana, especially, final preparations must be getting to completion at this point. Only a few hours to go. Storm right now is a strong Category 1, right on the cusp of becoming a Category 2. It might get there or it might fall short, but it really doesn't matter at the end. The impacts are going to be the same.
Yeah, let's take a look at this storm with current radar, because we are seeing a lot of lightning. So we've been talking about that as an indicator there for that pattern for severe weather.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of lightning around that eye wall. Earlier it was near the western eye wall, now it's along the eastern eye wall. And in fact, just had a wind gust of 112 miles per hour on an oil rig along that eastern eye wall. Again, that's a little bit elevated off the surface of the ocean, but still very impressive winds getting ready to come into southern Louisiana here over the next couple of hours.
Yeah, and this storm is also juiced up. If you take a look at the water vapor loop, you can see that it's wrapped itself in this wet bubble, really fighting off that dry air from the west.
Yeah, look near the center of the storm. We don't see a whole lot of that tan color, that orange.
Front door.
Mm-hmm.
What my baby doing? What my baby doing?
Ako sila yun. Wala. Basta mag-live. Magani. Bago ka na. Yan na nga magtabang ang manager ni Annalyn. Magsinawagan ng to. Magkuhan ng to. Murag nanawagan ba? Kaya tungkol sa ilang kuha nila bayre yun sa to. Ukang pula ang kuha. Murag partner sa una ni Annalyn. Wala nila tagay share. Sikat sila, wala sila manghatag og share. Amot kasi sila ni Kamkam dito ko sila kagkuhan, nakakita ko sa ilan na sa pictures Facebook ko dito. Sila ni Kamkam, si Doktora, dito kang Clark. Dito kayo sa kang Clark. Ang gata. Kita? I'm Steve. Not forever. Nay bago na ron. Bago ka ba? Bago ka tanaw ko. Naaman. Nutana kung alin kung asa maghatag sa para birthday anak ni Kuan, asa birthday ni Kuan. Kung kita birthday na kuno gyapon. Oo. Sa food, flower bouquet ang iyang 10. Dugay-dugay pa man na. Ha? Di, pero iya may nalang to kuno nga kay nagsilakan sa kuno Tita Mary dito sa nag-organize kung sa inyo ipakuan bulat food na. Parang gyapon okay ra man na kay iya ra man gyapon lagi. Kuan dito na liquidate. Okay ra man na. Dali lang mo surprise. Nga naman. Ano, sarap yung kuan mo gano'n. Mura ka na. Ako, hindi ko may entertain ano. Saralin? Oo, kinada na siya, murag manager na rin siya kana siya nalin. Million di yun, na million ko na siya, million subscriber na siguro siya, million subscriber na siya. Niangat na ba siya ba? Gida si Dindo, nga bako, nga kuan. Aw, kung magtanaw lagi ana, basta kay ang ako nadunggan mao ra na kanino. Pero gikuan ko no nga mo na sana kanang gi ay di man kay ko tigtanaw gud ana kay kasabok ko na bahala mo na unsa na inyo ipanulti. Na ilang gikuan gani nganya giingon nila nga si Dindo kuno dili kuno sa to ana-ana. Ini ni anino nga kuan nga bayot man na. Wala mo kay baw. Kamu nga mga kuan mo siguro kay siguro gigwapuhan sila kan Dindo ang mga supporters siguro ng babae ba. Wala kay baw ba. Mo nagisultihan sila ni Anino nga anak nga tao, bayot na, dili na, ingon nga kuan. Wa na kinang babae, bayot na. Lalaki ang gusto anak niya. Mo siguro kay anak sunod ni Anino. Gikan na sa team abot kamay. Mo gani, gikan na sa team abot kamay nang wa na, ana siguro kay anak siguro niya. Ay mo gani na